Audio check. Okay, folks, let's go. Welcome in. Welcome to Thursday. How are we doing? I'm going to go ahead and switch it over. Pause that. And boom. What's up out there? How's it going? Gotta clean my glasses. Haven't done that yet. Microphone bump count is already at 1. Amazing. I gotta say, I know today is .hack day, and so is tomorrow. But I just wanted to share, because it's a very welcome surprise. I'm like really enjoying the boys lock so far. At least in my memory, I remember when we were streaming Platinum and I was doing the boys lock, I felt like I wasn't like as all the way in it as I could have been. And I don't know why that was happening at the time. Like, I just wasn't like as gung-ho about Pokemon or something. I don't know. I don't know what was going on. I would have to investigate that. And I kind of just assumed that this one would feel the same way, because the Emerald Boys Lock 3 felt not exactly the same as the Platinum one, but definitely similar. Like, I think I expected it to feel different when playing Emerald, because it's like, oh, I'm doing this thing that I used to do with my good friend Vaughn. I need to turn the music down. I'm doing this thing on stream live that I used to do pre-recorded with my friend Vaughn, so I expected it to feel different. And it did. And then also the fact that it's like my least favorite generation of Pokemon. You know, I was like, oh, I'm gonna butt heads with this in a lot of different ways. So maybe it wasn't so much that I didn't notice it, but just that I expected it more. And so then when Generation 4 came along, it's like, oh, well, I really like Gen 4. This is going to be sick. And I just remember, like, a vague sense of, like, maybe it not living up to my expectations. I don't know. Maybe I was, like, too familiar with Gen 4 and it, like, wasn't as difficult as it should have been or something. I don't know. It was a good time. And it was exciting. There was lots of like ups and downs and unpredictable things. But I think maybe I was just like weirdly burnt out before it started. Like maybe I spent too much time like making resources and like spreadsheets and stuff before the playthrough even started, that I like, you know, burned up too much gas before I got into the blocks kind of thing. But this time around, it doesn't feel like that, and it feels really great. Like, the fact that, at least so far, I mean, we've only done 3 streams, but at least so far, like, the amount of grinding that I have to do between streams is so fast. Like, with the combination of the lucky egg and being able to predictably encounter these giant EXP sponge Audinos consistently, like, 100% consistently, is so huge. Like the 2 times that I have grinded to get ready for the next stream has taken me like 20 minutes the same day as the stream, like the previous stream. Like grinding for stream number 2 happened in like 30 minutes after stream 1, and grinding for stream 3 happened in like 20 minutes after stream 2. So I guess like maybe that wasn't the case in Gen 4, and I was like playing the game so much offline to get ready for the small burst of playing it while live that it was like underwhelming, or I was overplaying the game. Whereas this, it's like, oh, actually I'm done already, and I kind of want to like, I wish I could keep playing the game. I want to keep playing the game, and I'm like looking forward to playing it because I'm only playing it once a week, which is exactly what I want. I just wasn't necessarily expecting to get it, especially since I just played through Gen 5 like less than a year ago. So I'm really happy. I'm really happy about that. I've been thinking about Pokemon stuff a lot, and usually by the end of a Boys Lock, I'm like, I don't ever want to play a Pokemon game ever again. I need a super long break. I hate Pokemon. And that might still happen, you know, because this one has been pretty mean so far. It's been tough. But I'm loving it so far, so I'm happy about that. In other news, I finally am proud to say started rewatching Dot Hack Sign in my spare time, and that has been really cool. I'm watching it on DVD because I own these now. The first time I watched this show, I just streamed it on some random, gray website. No shame whatsoever. So it's nice to see it like obviously it's nice to have the physical media. I love physical media. But it's been nice to just like interface with it. Like the whole physical media experience that I like with games, I'm getting to have in the same way with this show. I've been watching it on my CRT via the PS2, through my analog sound system, and that has like added something for sure. And I've been taking notes on the show. I was thinking about taking notes in my same spiral that I have my quarantine notes, but ultimately I was like, no, they should be separate, and I didn't have a good physical thing to write them on, so I am just doing like a Google Doc. And since it's not, me streaming something, it's easy for me to just have a doc up on one screen and watch the show and type. And it's also nice because there's a lot to type. My notes have been more of a summary of what's happening than like my thoughts and feelings and like subtext stuff. I'm trying to put that in there as well, and like point anything out to myself that feels like a connection to or a setup for the video game. And I finished the first disc of Sign today, which is the first 7 episodes. There are 26 episodes, so I got a ways to go. But already there's been some really cool revelations and stuff that I didn't remember, finer details. There was a character introduced that I didn't remember, that sparked my curiosity. And just a lot of like little things or things that I could have not noticed at the time watching the show because I hadn't played part 3 or any of part 4 of the video games, which was also cool. So I think one of the things that I might do is, now that I've gotten into a rhythm with this and hopefully will continue, is do like at the top of each of these Dot Hack streams, I do a recap of what happened in the last one. And I think what I'll also do is just not a full recap, but just like maybe like strain out some little gold nuggets from whatever portion of the show I've watched since the last time I've played. So I'm gonna try that today. I'll do that before the game recap. And you know, for VOD watchers, that'll be time stamped so you can skip through it and all that stuff, just like any other segment if you aren't interested. And obviously today it'll be a lot because I've watched 7 episodes and we haven't talked about it at all yet. But again, I'm not going to recap what's happening in the show. I'm literally only going to point out like tiny little things that I've caught. Maybe I'll try this tomorrow, because it would probably be a good... What would be good for me to do is go through my notes. I haven't gone back through the notes after taking them at all. What would be cool for me to do is go back through the notes and then highlight these things. Because it would take me a while to kind of just like skim these for the kind of things that I'm thinking about. So I changed my mind. That's what we'll do. Today, no .hack sign recap stuff at all. We'll try it tomorrow. I'll go through my notes tonight. I might watch one more episode tonight. We'll see. And then put together some curated bullet points for tomorrow, so I can do like a concise little, oh, I noticed this, this was a neat little thing. Yeah. Alright, so that's that. I've been watching Sign, excited about that. What else? Oh, on Tuesday, I talked about this a little bit. I'm going to try to keep mentioning it multiple times and every day that I stream. I'm going to be doing a charity event next month for 2 days. It's just a quick little 2-day event. 2-day event for me. It's like half a month for the larger event. And this is not like exclusive to specific streamers or anything. I did get invited to do it by another person, but you can just sign up to do this if you want to participate. I don't have the link and stuff handy and ready to go. I'll get that all set up with commands and whatnot as it gets closer, but just letting people know the dates, mostly July 16th and 17th. It is a Thursday and a Friday. I will be streaming 3 to 8, the normal time that I stream, but we'll just be pausing whatever the current RPG playthrough is, whether it's this or whatever's after this. And if, I guess also I didn't say this, but if somehow it times out such that we finish .hack the week before the charity event, and then the dates that would be the charity dates are the dates that would otherwise be the like filler arc, I don't think I'll cancel the filler arc. I'll probably do a filler arc after the charity. I would do it in that scenario. I would still do the filler arc on like either side of the charity event, just for what it's worth. But I'm going to do a special stream on a Thursday and a Friday, raising money for National Children's Alliance. There's a bunch of little sub-organizations involved as well. And the whole theme of it, the spirit of it, is kind of to explore games from your childhood. And I've been thinking about 2 specific games that are both from my childhood, that I have kind of like interesting relationships with, and have been looking for an excuse to stream. So this is going to be it. So on the Thursday, July 16th, we're going to stream Mario Party 3 Story Mode, which is a very cool video game that is quite a bit different than just regular multiplayer Mario Party 3 that we all know and love. There are exclusive boards and modes to the story mode that aren't in the regular multiplayer mode that most people have engaged with.
Congrats on another
IU.
charity run.
Rez, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Appreciate it. How are you, man? Thank you for 68 months. We got to do two things. We got to spin the wheel for you, because the wheel has been overhauled and redesigned. And then I also have got to do some makeup pull-ups. I keep saying that I'm going to do them, and I keep forgetting. Michael McDonald. So, we're going to do that. Oh, dude, don't worry about it. I know, I mean, I feel the same way. Like, I do not get to catch your streams very often either. We have a mutual understanding, my guy. We know. We're both busy dudes with a lot of stuff going on. But we love and support each other. You're all good, my guy. I appreciate your support. It goes a long way. But yeah, we're going to do another charity event, Mario Party 3, on Thursday, July 16th. We're going to go through the story mode. There will be various donation incentives to pick or change up which character we play as, which is going to be very chaotic, because ideally you would want to play all the way through story mode with the same singular character. So I'm cooking up some ideas there. But it's very, very cool. And it's also very, very difficult. We're going to play it on a high difficulty so that it's not just like a goofy little romp stomping the CPUs. It's going to be hard. It's very, very hard. And then on the Friday, we are going to play Super Smash Bros. Melee, which is another game that I have an interesting relationship with in a very different way than Mario Party 3. Melee is a game that I probably have 2,000 hours in, but I'm still not good at it. I played so much Melee with a core group of friends back in the day. We would stay up all night playing Melee. And I was always very, very frustrated by my experience playing Melee against other humans, because the game is just so fast. And this is just like, you know, normie kids playing the game a normie way, not like high tech, you know, high input, like competitive level play, which is just a galaxy beyond how I would approach the video game. But even at just that like normal level, it has always been my weakest Smash Bros. As far as like how competent I feel against other human players. And it's solely due to the speed. The game just moves at an incredible speed, and my brain does not click with super fast fighting games. Like I don't see the like telegraphing of someone's startup animation incoming so that I can react to it. Like I feel like I have those fast reflexes in 3D, you know, like if something's coming at me, I'm dodging it, I'm catching it, whatever it is. I have those like cat-like reflexes in 3D. Like I am a legend when it comes to like catching something before it falls off of a surface, and stuff like that. But I don't have those reflexes in 2D. And maybe it's because I was raised on video games that don't move super fast. And if I had played more fast-moving video games, maybe I would have developed those reflexes into my teens. But it just doesn't happen for me, and I don't think it's ever going to happen for me. But my best Smash has always been, and probably always will be, Brawl, which is the one that everybody hates that likes competitive Smash, which makes me sad. But it's still one of my favorite video games of all time. But the plan with Melee is to play through all of the single-player modes. So Classic, Adventure, All-Star, Events, Break the Targets, Multi-Man Melee, all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna go on a little nostalgic adventure. I have a couple of ideas that I'm kicking around. One potential idea is to do a fresh save file, like basically take my memory card out and try to see like how many things we can unlock in a day. Another idea I have is to like just try to pick a character and see if I can beat all of the modes with that character, because All-Star is really hard, and Adventure on high difficulty is pretty tough. Classic on high difficulty I could probably get through, and then the events are really hard as well. But events is a lot different because you don't usually get to choose your character, and they're wild situations. But I'm excited for all of it. So I'm still nailing down exactly how those streams are going to flow, but those are the games that we're going to play. I'm going to get some commands going in the bot for links to how to donate, what we're raising money for, how to participate if you want to raise money for the same charity, because it's a public open thing that you can sign up for. And then I'll get some graphics going as well that will kind of easily explain the various milestones and what we're doing and all that kind of stuff. So look forward to that. I just wanted to get it out there that it's happening so you could mark down the dates if you want to. Melee's your next retro game to reacquire. Nice. Not looking for perfection, just a complete copy at the right price range. Nice. Yeah, my copy is definitely not perfect. We will be playing it off of the flippy drive for sure. Because Melee is, if I recall correctly, a dual layer disc. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with Brawl, because Brawl is also a dual layer disc. Okay, yeah, no, I think I'm wrong. Melee is not a dual layer disc. I think the only dual layer disc on GameCube is Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. Let me see. Oh no, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them. But Smash Bros is not one of them. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting it mixed up with Brawl. But yeah, basically the way that Melee loads, that's a really bad game to have like a scratchy disc on. Cause like if you're playing something like Mario Party, for example, on the GameCube, data's only gonna get pulled from the disc at specific moments. And it's gonna be like the end of a turn when it's time to load a minigame, or at the end of the minigame when it's time to load back into the board. And then like even on the board itself, it's only gonna pull data from the disc for like specific moments. Like if you land on a shop, or if you land on like a Bowser space that takes you to a different loading zone. But like buying a star, getting coins, happening space, like little stuff like that where you don't like leave the zone that you're in, you're chilling. And there's like not as many opportunities for the game to like lock up if it gets a bad disc read. But Melee, like every time you change a page in the menu and like constantly throughout fights, it's pulling data from the disc. And so it can lock up really easily if you have a bad disc. And mine is pretty beat up because it is my childhood copy that has thousands of hours of play and travel on it. Like, I am confident that my GameCube was transported with that disc in it many times, which is a terrible thing to do. And then also, we would play Smash Bros. Until we literally hated each other's guts, or the sun was starting to come up. And then we would take it out of the GameCube and put in Mario Party 4 and hit 50 turns. That was like our ritual for like more than one summer. So that disc went in and out of the GameCube a lot as well, especially before the Wii came along and we could play it on the Wii. Anyways, and thank you for saying Brawl is goated, they can cope. I agree. Let's spin the wheel for Rez. The newly redesigned wheel, that is. Let's go over here so it's a little larger. I will explain a new wedge if we land on it, but I'll save you all the long-windedness for now and just let you take a look at it. But we overhauled pretty much exactly half of this wheel. So there's a bunch of stuff that's tweaked, and then there's some stuff that's entirely new. But the rules are pretty much exactly the same. So let's do it. Also, it's bugging me. Hold on, this is bugging me. This is slightly out of alignment, so let me just give this a little nudge. That's better. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how that camera is able to like drift upwards. It's still not quite as low as it needs to be, but anyways, here's our first spin. Pink and orange wedges are locked. I should be over here. So snack and soda tasting are up for grabs if we land on either of those colors. Green and yellow, ready right away. What do we got? We've got an orange wedge. All right. So that will unlock a snack tasting, which I'll probably do after the first ad break. And now orange wedges are unlocked for the rest of the stream. So if you want to play a daily game, or have a room tour, or music time, which are both new. I guess they're all technically new. Wordle got reworked into a larger daily games category because Wordle was boring me. But we will still go ahead and mark that off, that we've landed on it, for the purposes of a potential blackout. I'm going to do 5 pull-ups in the doorway here, so I can try to get caught up. Let me get this out of the way. I have 20 makeup pull-ups still left to do from when I was rehabbing my shoulder. Let's get started. These are going to be hard. Today, I've done a lot of exercises already today, and today was like chest, shoulder stuff. So these are going to suck, even as curl-ups. All right. Five more done. You like the new wheel? Thank you. I like it too. I'm very excited about it. I wanted to streamline it so that we got rid of anything that required a lot of input from the person who landed on it. I don't want to like annoy people with their generosity and like reward them with a homework assignment, you know? The biggest offender far and away was definitely the Game Gush versus Game Roast. So that's been solved. That's no longer a problem. At the beginning, on paper, I was like, oh, well, people are going to want the agency. They're going to want to pick the game. But over time, it's like, nah. Some of us like homework. Okay, Eris. Listen, I can't make a joke at your expense about you saying that because you're Asian. So you said it, not me. How are you doing today? We were just talking about the new spin wheel that's been redesigned. It's my conditioning. And we talked about, let's see, we talked about the charity dates coming up next month. Still doing extended breaks at 6 p.m. Today should be the last day that is affected by. So the end of last week and all through this week, we've been taking an extended break at 6 p.m. because I've got to feed the little guy, and the lady is not here. She is scheduled to return home tomorrow. She has confirmed to me multiple times that she plans to return tomorrow, so we're very excited about that. She's been out of town for a somewhat flexible amount of time, dealing with some bummer family stuff, and so there was like some uncertainty if she would need to like extend her stay or shorten, but she's confirmed. I'm coming home on the appointed day. I'm ready to get out of here. Yeah, it's tough, Eris. I will tell everybody about it on stream once it's like resolved and over, which it's not yet. It'll make sense once I say why. I'm sure people's brains are going nuts with like, what could it possibly be? I'll just say it's a normal thing that it's a normal thing that literally everybody has to do at some point. If that gives you any kind of hint, I will just say that she's had to spend the last almost 10 days with her siblings, and they are all very different people, and they all have very complicated relationships with each other, but they are in a situation where they're being forced to do something together, and so it's very complicated and difficult and exhausting and blah 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 blah. But it's not quite over yet, but she's coming home anyway. She's put in her time and her full emotional and physical capacity to the situation. So she's coming home, and we're happy. We're excited about that. Yeah. Oh, you have no idea, Eris. Yeah, you have no idea. I certainly drew the long straw by being here with the little guy. I told her we would all go. There was no resistance whatsoever. I left it completely at her discretion, but she decided that it was going to be more stressful to do that. So, and she was right. She was absolutely right. She was like, I really would love for you to be there to like help keep my sanity, but it would be more than canceled out by having to also worry about Backlog Baby. And I agreed with her 100%. So I've been supporting from a distance as much as I can. But she's coming home tomorrow. And we will have a third dog in the house this weekend, which is going to be mayhem. I'm dog sitting for my good friend. So the puppies will be very excited because they love Rocky. They love when Rocky comes to sleep over. And Rocky, I'm pretty sure Rocky thinks that Gobi and Nima are his girlfriends. And he gets to see his girlfriends this weekend. What did we land on? We landed on snack tasting. Okay, we're going to do a snack tasting after the first ad break. I think we've talked about everything that I want to talk about. So we can go ahead and start up the game. Let's do that. The music even faded out for me. Look at that. Amazing. Let's go over here. And boom. Yeah, third dog. Rocky is a lot. We love Rocky, but he is a lot. It's funny, he's older than Nima. So, pretty decently old for a dog. He's at least like 10, maybe 11. But he has so much stamina. He can just go. And he doesn't do burnouts and zoom around and everything like a puppy does. he doesn't have like puppy energy, but he can just like stay in like a low simmer of playfulness all day. Like, and Gobi and Nima don't do that. Like Gobi is absolutely a short burst dog where she will go nuts for like 10 minutes and then need to rest for like an hour. And then she's ready to do it again. And then Nima has a ton of stamina, but when it comes to playing, she gets bored. She's like, okay, we've been doing this. I'm good now. Like if we go on a walk, I think Nima could walk without stopping for 20 hours. She could just go and she'll be pulling the whole time. Even though she's old. Gobi can't do that. We could go for a walk when it's like 105 degrees outside and walk for like an hour, and Gobi will be like laying down in the grass, getting dragged, like one arm behind you, and then the other arm is getting pulled out of its socket because Nima's like, let's go. Let's go. She can just go. But when it comes to playtime, she's like, all right, I'm ready for some introverted time. Nima's a bit of an ambivert. She gets it from her dad. She needs to recharge. And Gobi just wants to be up in everybody's face all the time. Slot. I wrote down slot 4, but this doesn't look right. Oh, that's right. So, okay, this is very interesting. Look at this. So, slot 3, we're at level 73, 87 hours, 3 minutes. Slot 4, level 72, 87 hours, 53 minutes. We got leveled, we lost experience against a boss. Because that's something that can happen to you in this game. When data drain goes out of control. You can actually lose experience points. And not just like to reset your current level up bar. It will actually take you back. So we lost like 800 experience points data draining a boss because we had to. You couldn't beat the boss without data draining. So that's pretty wild. She's me. Nima is all of us. It's true. Okay, so we're going to recap what happened the last time we played the game, which was a week ago. Feels like a year ago. Let's see what we got up to. We did a required dungeon for Leos, who insisted that we gather data for some purpose. When we got to the bottom of it, there was a data bug. It was laughably easy. We got a virus core M, and then Leos just warped us out before we could get the treasure. So we ended up having to go back there later and get it. Then we saw a very interesting news article about a hospital where all of the medical instruments stopped working. And they had to hurriedly find alternate measures to protect the people who were on life support in that hospital. And then we found out that that's the hospital that Orca is in. Orca is Kite's friend who's in a coma. Orca convinced Kite to try out the game. Orca's a super high level kind of legendary player of the game. Convinced his friend Kite to play with him. And the first time they played together, some really wild stuff happened. And Orca's character got killed in the game, and he went into a coma in real life. So that's who Orca is. You feel like I like homework too? I hated homework. I hated homework so much. I thought it was so pointless, so stupid. I would do anything I could to shorten or get out of homework. I think my personality now I might enjoy little assignments, but I've pretty much always been I like the things that I want to do the most are the things that I want to do, and the things that you want me to do will never be above any of those things on that list, regardless of how cool they might be. That's my curse. So Kite was having a conversation with Black Rose about Orca's hospital having a blackout. And this character named Spiritus was just kind of like hanging out. A chance to prove myself. Oh no. That is conditioning. This guy Spiritus, after we have our conversation, he just comes up, we talk to him as Kite, and he's like, he says this really weird, vague thing about like how he just feels compelled to help us for some reason and give us information. And so he just tells us about a location that has a strange room, and then he disappears. And that was Screaming Windsand's Fate Castle, which I need to check the box for. And then after that was when we went back to the previous dungeon to get the data that we got warped out, or the treasure that we got warped out before we could get from the previous dungeon. And then we tried to go to this new dungeon and found out we needed to farm some virus cores. And unlike previous times we've had to farm virus cores, we had to farm a new letter that we hadn't found a spot for. So we found a good spot to farm G and H on the previous server, and we have like a go-to zone that we can go to get those fairly reasonably. But this time we needed to farm some J, which is totally new. So we spent some time looking for a spot to get those. We got a rare weapon. We died, reloaded the save, went back to the same area, and somehow managed to recreate the same conditions to get the same rare weapon again, which was wild. We had to like we were data draining a specific enemy to try to get the J core, and got a weapon instead, and then threw that weapon in a spring and turned it into the rare weapon. And creating the same sequence of events a second time gave us the same results, which was kind of wild. Then we finished farming the cores. We went and did the dungeon. It's Thursday, people. Thank you, Draconics, for Thursday. Welcome in. Yeah, we found the hack, exactly. So then we go to the Screaming Windsand's Fate Castle, go down to the dungeon at the bottom. Every floor that we went down, there was a quote that we would get hit with at the beginning of the floor. And I assumed that they are Herald, because it was a man's voice that we don't recognize, and it sounds like stuff that Herwick would say. And they were about like this kind of like humanist principle type stuff, you know, rejecting evolution, but also like embracing change and diversity. They were a little bit contradictory, but it was kind of, I vaguely remember it to be about like trying to like incept or catalyze the change yourself rather than wait for it to happen naturally or something. I don't know. You know, AI bro speak, now that we know that Herwick is an AI bro. Then when we finally got to the bottom, we find this like special room that's kind of like the previous special rooms that we've seen, where it's just like a big white void that's infinite, but it has like a tiny little shrine of sorts in it. Not like a shrine like in like the Japanese sense, but like, you know, like a little curated area that looks like it's dedicated to like a memory. It's almost like a living photograph. The last one was like a little wooden shed that looks like it's in a forest, and there was like a dog bowl and like a little fence. It looked like a little you know, secret hideout almost. a getaway, a cabin of sorts. And we don't know what the significance of that was. Not like Helga's shrine for Arnold, no. They seem like they're shrines to something, but they're kind of vague. This one I thought was a little less vague. So this one was like, it was like a little kind of like gradual hilltop, and there was a tree on the hilltop, and then at the base of the tree was like this Victorian woman's outfit that looked like it was being worn by someone, but there was no person in the outfit. It was like they were an invisible person wearing the outfit, or like a mannequin, but there was no like arms coming out of the armholes or head coming out of the neck hole. The outfit was just like floating there, but it was like filled out, and not like, you know, pieces of clothes on a clothesline type of thing. Very strange visual. And it was like sunset. It was this very pretty image. And I assume that this is like Harold's memory of Emma, or maybe like how he imagines her. And then we hear an excerpt from Epitaph, and I assume that this is Emma's voice reading it, but it sounds a lot like Helba's voice, so it's very confusing. And then we obtain Epitaph 04, which we're going to read at the top of the stream. And then I just wrote down the questions here. Was this room a shrine to Emma created by Harold? And if so, what would that mean for the significance of the previous unique room? So this one, it felt kind of obvious that this was like his memory or a shrine to Emma that he's obviously in love with. And so I was like, well, if that's true, what was the previous one? Like, was that other room something to do with Emma? Or was that just like another one of his memories about a dog that he used to have? You know, I don't know. And then that's where we left off. That was the last thing that we did last time we played. So today we're going to read Epitaph 04, which I'm pretty sure is the same text that we got read to us by Emma, but we can reference it again. And then I also want to check out the keywords that we got from the 4th OVA. There was a part in the 4th OVA that we watched before stream 1 of this game, where Sieg sent out keywords to Orca and Balmung, and we wrote them down, and we don't know which server they would be in, but I think it would be pretty reasonably quick to just check them in all 5 of the servers. So I'd like to do that and just see if there's an Easter egg that we could stumble upon or something. Presumably we will find another story flag to go after. Also, shout out Hey Arnold. Show holds up so good. Incredible show. Alright, we've got emails from Pyros, Moonstone, and Black Rose. Greetings, Fair Eyes. My friend has been wailing that he was terrorized by a player in Unmatched Worst Abyss. It seems that this one lies low in the dungeon and tries to sell items to players that are exhausted from battle for a high price. I cannot let such cruel behavior go unpunished, so I've decided to take the matter into my own hands. Fair Eyes, I believe you realize my pain and long to help, but fear not, as fear is useless. Of course, I will take your help. Now let the stars, the moon, and the sun shine above you, and light your path wherever you may go. God, Pyros is incredible. Yeah, you should rewatch. It's really, really good. Okay, so I think we're gonna start getting character quests again. This happened at the very top of Volume 3, where we had a side quest related to each of our characters. And I'm assuming that's gonna happen again in this one. And I think it's starting now. So, because this is probably optional. Unmatched Worst Abyss. This is an intriguing premise, though. So we'll call this Pyros Quest. And then, is it a player killer? Or is he just a scammer? I'm just gonna write scammer. Okay, we'll put a checkbox next to that. Here, I'll let y'all look at my notes. And then anything related to an email gets highlighted in orange. All right, what else we got here? Moonstone. Found a great place to level up. B1 was the farthest I could go by myself, but with you, I'm sure we can go to the deepest level. Come with me to Breezing Sage's Walkway. So Moonstone is like a super straightforward normie player. He's just like, I want to get strong and be good at the game. I like killing stuff. And he hardly ever says anything to us. Sometimes he's interested in an item. He's not really part of the larger story at all, and he's not into like role play in the way that Pyros is, where, you know, he's like in character. Breezing Sage's Walkway. Okay. So this is Moonstone. I'll just write hard monsters. I like how he frames it as a good place to level up. But often these turn out to be like more than what you initially thought they were going to be. And Black Rose. Everyone's so good at the game. When I first started, I couldn't even walk straight, so I was pretty worried whether or not I could get through the game. You suck. Yeah, let's relate to her. Let's be nice to her. All right, any new board posts? Yes. What do we got? BBS. Oh, we got our first goblin tag. Oh boy. Didn't think it would happen again, Gob? Too bad. Goblins are sore losers, Gob. Powered up, Stahoni X will take you on, Gob. It's not a cross, Gob. It's an X of the alphabet, Gob. X, Gob. It sounds powerful, no, Gob? Almost forgot the most important thing again, Gob. Fight it, detestable, elusive, sunny demon, Gob. P.S. You might want to bring your friends, Gob. Wait, this is different. Okay, so usually it's tag, and we're having a race, and we're playing a game, and we have to come alone. He's saying that this is a fight, and we should bring our friends. This is actually nice, because the races are super annoying. I'm sure the fight will be annoying too, but I feel like the fact that I can bring my party members is going to alleviate a lot of the problems that we usually have with these. They're usually super fast, and you can't like get a grip on them and do damage to them, and you're like constantly missing, or they have a status effect that you can't get around, and they're like healing each other because there's more than one of them. There's usually 3 of them. So this is fantastic. I might eat my words and this will be so much worse than the racing, but at least the prospect of it has me hopeful. Detestable, elusive. They always end with sunny demon. That's what I would have called Sunny D as a kid if I had played this game. Hate Sunny D. It sucks. And this is a goblin fight. And then we highlight in blue for the board. Anything masquerading as orange juice but isn't sucks. Eris, I couldn't have said it better myself. Exactly. Exactly. I'll never forget. I was like probably 3 or 4 years old, and we went to like an IHOP, me and my mom, and when they asked for our drink order, I asked for orange juice because I love orange juice. I drank so much orange juice as a kid, every single day. It was like my favorite drink. And so that's what I asked for. That's what I knew that I liked with my breakfast foods. And the lady brought Sunny D. And I don't remember this like photographically from like my point of view, but this was retold to me many times by my mom. And apparently I got a little bit sassy with the server. And I was like, "Excuse me, this is not orange juice. This is Sunny D. I would like orange juice, please." Which was like so out of character for me because I was the most like, no, I'm not gonna go, like, I was like the whisper my order to my parents and they order for me kid. Anyways, the ad is here. I'll be back in a few minutes. And I'm gonna go feed the pups, and then when I come back, we'll do a snack tasting for those of you that can hear me. See you in a few. Thanks for being here. Welcome back from ads, everybody. That's a wild story, CKX. That would be just the weirdest surprise. Like, as tasty and amazing as orange juice is, that is probably the last thing that I would want when I'm, like, out of breath and, you know, ready for some rehydration. That would not hit the spot. Like, imagining, like, the most wonderful ice-cold glass of fresh squeezed orange juice, which is, like, one of my favorite delicacies of my life, after, like, you know, doing, like, the yard work or something, sounds so unpleasant. Or, like, after, like, running a mile. God, that would destroy me. Shout out Original Pancake House. Not to be confused with IHOP. Not the International House of Pancakes, but Original Pancake House. If you have an Original Pancake House near you, treat yourself. It's one of the few places where you can get real fresh squeezed orange juice. Yeah, Rez knows. OPH is my stuff. To use the family-friendly word. Alright, the party's paused. Let's come over here. I'm eating some Cheez-Its. This is not the snack tasting. I just wanted some Cheez-Its. We're going to do an actual snack tasting in a second. And I have something excellent picked out that you're all going to get very excited about. Let me turn the tunes on here for a sec. Yeah, I don't know where OPH is based out of. There's a couple of them in the Twin Cities. And I assume that it's a chain because they also have them where I grew up in Dallas. There was one in Dallas. But they're famous for this like giant, like puffed up apple pancake thing that feeds like 5 people. Which I've actually never eaten. But it's just like, it's my favorite like breakfast restaurant. Just to get like a classic American breakfast, you know, whether it's like pancakes or waffles or like sausage, egg, hash brown, bacon, whatever. So good. So good. Not every time, but almost every time that I go to the cities for like a gig or VGM Con or something like that, I try to go. 'Cause it's really, really good. Oh no, you said a hash brown. Dude. Hash browns are so good. Like, hash browns are really hard to screw up. I feel like the worst diner in the worst part of town has good hash browns. You know? Like, it's like, if they're like frozen microwaved hash browns, they're still gonna be pretty freaking good. Oh, they're in SoCal. There you go. But yeah, OPH is so good. They have really, they also another shout out, not a lot of like American continental breakfast type places like that, where it's like a diner or like a, you know, a diner style restaurant where you can get like hash browns, pancakes, all that kind of stuff. Usually just have coffee. Like if you want to drink coffee with your breakfast, they come and they put like a carafe on the table, or they just keep refilling your little mug, you know, and there's cream and sugar or whatever. But OPH has like barista style coffee. So you can get like a iced mocha latte with your American breakfast. And they have like a rotating seasonal menu of like cute little coffee drinks. And I'm super into that. I always get a large fresh squeezed orange juice because they make fresh orange juice every day. And some kind of like fancy coffee drink. I spend like $50 going to OPH. I go all out. But their cinnamon sugar French toast is really good. Their website is extremely 1999. Oh, that sounds great. I'd love Spain. Why? Because they have good coffee? I think I'd like Spain for a lot of reasons. Good music, good art. Oh, fresh orange juice everywhere. Oh, okay. Those Valencias in Barcelona. Gotcha. Yeah, that would be fun. Do they do the thing where they slice an orange in half and then put like frozen sorbet on top of it? The first time I had Italian ice, it was served that way. And it was at a Ren fair. So you would eat this like half dome or dome of Italian ice, and then you would have this like frozen orange that you could just like beast mode like a disgusting little animal. Great snack. They have machines or people doing it? Gotcha. Yeah, fresh squeezed orange juice. There's nothing like it. And I'm not like snobby to the point where I won't drink orange juice just like out of a jug. I like that too. I can just tell the difference. But that like, you know, super sugary Tropicana junk in the grocery store, yeah, I'll drink a whole jug of that. I don't care. You know, it's like the Folgers of orange juice, but I still like it. Extra pulp too. Maximum pulp. Give me the maximum pulp. When we would buy the HEB brand orange juice, we don't really buy orange juice anymore. But when I was drinking it regularly still, the HEB brand has an extra pulp. And clearly I'm not a weirdo because it was always sold out. That lane of jugs would be empty, and I'd have to either just not buy it or settle for like the medium pulp. Espresso with OJ? Oh, you mean like ordering both at a restaurant and having, you know, drink goblin? You're not talking about mixing them together, right? That would be absolutely unhinged, and I could not get behind it. Mixing it? Stop. No. No. CKX, what are we doing? You're putting orange juice in your espresso? Bro. Bro, we gotta talk. That's not good. Look. Look, I love pizza and I love ice cream. They don't belong together. Okay? They can chase each other, you know? No, stop. Stop. I will time you out. I'm kidding. Okay, I finished my Cheez-Its. Thanks for watching me eat Cheez-Its. That was not the snack tasting that we got awarded from the wheel spin. Give me a moment to clear my palate, and we're going to have a very delicious, very upscale, highly anticipated snack. Something I haven't had in years that I've been looking forward to. True, true. Well, when Weird Tea said drink weird, I don't think that's what they meant, man. I mean, I could ask him. I could reach out and ask him. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you got me on that one. Yeah, joke's on you. This whole thing is filled with espresso and orange juice. Dude, that's crazy. Espresso and orange juice. No, man. There's no world. There's no world where that works for me. I'm sorry. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. I'll leave it at that. All right. We're going to taste technically something that I've had before. But this deserves a revisit because this is my favorite chocolate bar of all time. Favorite chocolate bar I've ever had in my life. And I haven't had it in a very long time because I can't get these everywhere. This is a Canadian brand called Jelena or Helena. I actually don't know how it's pronounced. Let me get the roaming mic set up here so I can come up close and show you. Well, I applaud your open-mindedness. Let's see. Are we going? We're cooking? Yeah, there we go. So here's the chocolate bar. Canadian brand, French-Canadian, I believe. There's the brand name, Jelena Chocolatier. I also love that this brand has all of the check boxes checked. They've got every single one of the like seals of approval. It's nut-free, it's fair trade, organic, responsibly sourced cocoa, 100% recycled packaging. It looks very, very plain. Does not stand out on the shelf, which is kind of a bold move of its own. But this is the bold espresso variety. So we've got 72% dark chocolate with real espresso beans inside. That's so Canada. Yeah, it's so Canada to like do things the right way and be nice about it. And not like trying to get their kudos for it and just doing it because it's the right thing. They come in these nice silver wrappers, and these wrappers are so heavy duty. Whenever we taste a chocolate bar, I always like to remind people or teach people that are new about the smell test. If you are a chocolate bar enjoyer, if you're going to the grocery store or a specialty shop, any kind of place, and you're looking to buy a chocolate bar, do the smell test. Pick up the chocolate bar off the shelf and hold it up to your nose like a weirdo and smell all the edges and seams of the packaging. If you smell chocolate, buyer beware. Reconsider, potentially. If you don't smell chocolate, if you smell cardboard or plastic or ink or, glue or whatever, good. That means it's airtight. If air is not getting out, air is not getting in. And chocolate does oxidize. It blooms. It's called blooming. If you've ever seen a chocolate bar kind of turn white and kind of like speckly, that means it's bloomed. And that's basically chocolate going stale. It doesn't become unsafe to eat. You could still eat it. It's just not going to taste good. So, especially if it's like an expensive bar like this is like an $11 chocolate bar, make sure it's got a good seal on it. And then if you don't eat the whole thing in one sitting, which I rarely do, when you're done, put it in an airtight bag, like a Ziploc, and put it in the fridge. Put it in the fridge. Put it in like your little butter keeper. It'll last a lot longer. A lot less likely to bloom. All right, so let's pull this open. Now, further to the credit of this seal, as you can see, the chocolate is in good shape. It's not bloomed. And that's gonna blow your mind to find out that this chocolate bar has been in the packaging for a very long time. And its integrity is intact. So this is dark chocolate, so it's very dull luster, not shiny, not waxy. It's also very brittle, kind of almost crumbly a little bit, whereas milk chocolate is a little softer, a little more waxy. I'm gonna break off 2 pips here. The smell is wonderful. It's very dry. The darkness of the chocolate is very present. You can't see any of the coffee happening from the outside. It's all a surprise waiting for us in the pip there. God, that's good. Wow. Unbelievable, man. It's crazy how good this is. I've had a lot of chocolate bars with coffee. It's an amazing combination, but there's just something happening here. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if it's the way that they're roasting the beans or where they're getting them from or what, but it is just, it's on a different level. The balance between the 2 flavors is fantastic. You don't taste too much of one or the other. Like sometimes there's not enough of that coffee. Sometimes the coffee's too strong. Sometimes the coffee tastes burnt, But this is just like, the aftertaste feels just like I've taken a sip of my favorite mocha from some fancy coffee shop, The aftertaste tastes like that coffee shop smell. It's just amazing. What's up, Poop? How are you? No, I actually bought these from I bought this from the soda shop where I buy all of or most of the craft sodas that I drink on stream. The soda shop formerly known as Blue Sun, as I lovingly like to refer to it. It's called Grandpa Joe's now, which is a national chain. But it used to be called Blue Sun, and it was this privately owned, amazing soda shop. And it's still the best place to get soda in the Twin Cities, but it's not nearly as good as it used to be. I am the ma'am is here. Yeah, it's Blue Sun. That's right. We're calling it Blue Sun forever. I mean, maybe we shouldn't call it Blue Sun because Blue Sun was better, but if I say Blue Sun, people know what I'm talking about in that group. So, here's another thing to blow your mind. Another reason why this brand and this chocolate bar is so amazing. This bar is 2 years past its sell-by date. Best before 2024. 2024. And we're still rocking. We are still rocking. It still tastes incredible. That's impressive that a chocolate bar could have a shelf life that long. That's unheard of. And I would suspect, well, I guess I should say I could put together a couple of different theories as to why that might be. But I assume most of it is just due to the fact that it's sealed well. Because something like a, crappy 99-cent Hershey bar that's got a ton of additives and fillers in it, that probably has a pretty long shelf life too, because there's hardly any chocolate in there. But this is a different animal. Cocoa mass, cane sugar, cocoa butter, ground coffee, natural vanilla. Those are the only ingredients on here. Hi, Kiki. Have a good cold brew. That sounds wonderful. God, this is so good. I could literally just sit here and eat this whole bar of chocolate. Unbelievably good. But yeah, this is my favorite chocolate bar that I've ever had, but I haven't had one in many years. And this one's been chilling in the snack log for quite a while, as you can maybe guess from the sell-by date. So I'm just having a nice little moment here. Atypic. Never heard of that one before. Melbourne, Australia. Super good. Different style. Oh, nice. Liza P. God, that's so good. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, it's been inside a climate control as well. That's definitely a factor. No matter how good the seal is, if your if your chocolate bar is in like a glove box of a car, it's doomed. Chocolate made from coffee instead of... Wait. Chocolate made from coffee instead of chocolate made with coffee? Interesting. There is an interesting relationship there. Yeah, if you've never gone down the rabbit hole of cocoa versus cacao, and how similarly related the coffee plant is, it is kind of wild. Interesting. I'll have to try to remember to look that up later, or you can post it in Discord or something. That sounds fascinating. Anyways, thanks for joining me for this extended, very special snack tasting. I'm gonna be working my way through that bar throughout the stream. I can't believe how good that is. If it had been like kind of spoiled and bad because I waited too long to eat it, I might have lied a little bit. But it's just so, it's so perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't know how that bar could be any better. Instead of chocolate made from chocolate. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting. That's kind of what I was getting, Poop. There was a book that was read to me when I was very, very little. And I think my dad had it. And it was a book about how chocolate was made, but like in a format that kids could understand. And I remember seeing pictures of like the big weird thing and the white goo and the, you know, the like raking it out in the sunlight. And I just feel so, I guess like lucky that I got to learn about that as like a 5-year-old. It feels super novel in retrospect. I should try to find that. I should try to find that book. The lady and I have gone through this many times where we like remember a random book that we had as a kid and we're like, oh, we should get the same book for the little guy, you know, because every parent does that. It was a cool book. It would also be interesting to see if there was any like kind of like whitewashing of the process or the history of chocolate making. But I feel like I definitely remember the people in the book were people of color. They were supposed to look like Ecuadorians because Ecuador is like the mecca of chocolate. Or at least as far as like growing. I remember that much of it, but I don't think the book was written by Ecuadorians. But maybe it was. I don't know. That would be super interesting to look back on. Ooh, an Earl Grey chocolate. Yeah, that would be so good. Yeah, buy anything that they make. Literally buy anything that they make. I haven't had all of their flavors. I've probably had 4 or 5, and I can't even remember what they all are. I would remember which ones I've had based on looking at them, but I can't think of them off the top of my head. Yeah, they're gonna be super hard to find in singles. You would probably have to just get lucky at like a specialty candy store, and like in Cali, I don't know where you could hope to find something like that. Like I feel like the reason why I could get them at Blue Sun is because we're in Minnesota, one state away from Canada, you know, and like French Canada is like directly above Minnesota, so or close to, so a lot of proximity helping there. All right, let's get back to Dot Hack, shall we? After one more piece of chocolate goes in my mouth. So unsurprisingly, as soon as we sign in, we get another piece of mail. So I'm going to log out and read it. Yeah, I haven't had that Earl Grey one. That sounds great. I'd love to try that. I'm not a huge fan of Earl Grey all by itself, but I do like a London Fog, and I like an Earl Grey cookie or something. Oh, we just got a reply from Black Rose. That's right, you were still a newbie back then, weren't you? Orca was knocked out cold and... Alright, let's do the response that furthers the conversation, I guess. I don't know if there's any, like, weight to these conversations that you have. Like, if they can have an influence on anything, or if it's just character building. I don't feel like my responses matter, so I'm just trying to, like, kind of reply in character, like what I think Kite would say. Oh, thanks, Poop. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy them. I obviously enjoy eating the snacks and doing the reviews. Oh my god, more mail. Okay. Black Rose is chatty today. It would be really nice if there was like a way to kind of like HUD your email while you're in game, but I get why they didn't do that. I wonder why. I think, well, I don't know. It's an amazing situation if you think about it. Oh, this is only if you feel like it, but were you watching when your brother was in a coma? See, I don't know if we would have gotten to ask this further question or see these further conversations if I had said the other thing. So it kind of feels like it matters. but maybe it doesn't. Maybe that's just an illusion. You're a more cold brew pour over person than a drip? I don't think I could tell the difference between a drip and a pour over, but I do love cold brew a lot more than traditional coffee brew. I like it a lot better. I like it for the convenience, because it can just like live in the fridge, and I want to drink the coffee cold anyways, so I don't have to like find a way to cool it off. But I also like the flavor more. Like it's less harsh, less bitter. I like a little bit of a bitterness, but I don't want it super, super acidic. I don't know why I said that word that way, sorry. Oh, I logged out, but I didn't go to my email. I guess it would also be kind of nice if you could just like sit on your desktop and wait for the next email to come in. Yeah, I don't think I'm at that high of a level, CKX. Like, I haven't had enough pour-overs or drips, and I've never been in a situation where I could like A/B 2 coffees or like 2 preparations of a coffee to like really be able to tell if I can detect anything. Like, I know when I drink a coffee if I think it's good or not, but yeah, I was watching from a distance. My brother told me to select some words, so I chose Hidden Forbidden Holy Ground, and the next thing you know, all these things just started happening. I was getting excited because I thought this was going to be new coordinates, but that's just the church where a lot of scenes happen. Okay, and we don't get to reply to that one, so we should be done with that thread now. You did. You talked about it on stream, Eris. I wrote it down. I have it written down somewhere. We're going to go there sometime. Orange bourbon. Interesting. Yeah, I think another thing with coffee for me too is like, I haven't had a lot of fancy coffee as black coffee. Like, the only time that I ever want black coffee is when it's like crappy carafe coffee at like a diner, and it's just like a foil to my, you know, pancakes, waffles, French toast type of thing. If I'm having like a salty, savory breakfast, like an omelet and stuff, and not like sweet stuff, then I don't want the black coffee. I want like a sweet coffee and orange juice. I only like the black coffee as a foil to like a super sweet, like sugary breakfast or brunch. That's pretty much the only time that I want black coffee. And if I'm going to a coffee shop, no matter how fancy it is, I want some kind of like barista'd up drink. I don't want just like black coffee. Even though it's probably really good and I would enjoy it, I just like it so much more with milk and sugar and whatever other spices and flavorings they get down with. That's just more fun for me. He said it like orange bourbon. Wait. That's so funny. God, that's so hipster. Okay. So we said we were gonna read Epitaph 04. Let's do that. So California, yeah. So weirdly, we have 5 of these. Or 6 of these. Over the Keel Mountains meets an ape with human speech. The ape asks, "What clings to you? Bear it you cannot, accept it you cannot. But hidden it is from you. Recite its name." Pour over is barista'd technically. I mean, yeah, sure, but like, you get what I'm saying. Okay, and now we want to check out the OVA keywords, which were sickened, imprisoned, fallen angel. And there was no server associated with these coordinates. So we'll have to go all the way back to Delta, and we're just going to work our way forward. That's amazing, Poop. That is a commitment to the bit. The coffee was pretty fire, though. I mean, props to them, I guess. So yeah, we've got these new rare weapons, Dragon and Tiger. We're carrying around a bunch of weapons right now for a couple of different reasons. This is the weapon that turned into the Dragon and Tiger. But we're holding on to it because it has App Corv. So we can swap to that if we want. Two together, we were holding on to for the next Goblin race, but if it's not a race, we might not need them anymore, and this could maybe become, spring fodder. Sora's Blades we're holding on to for Death, because it's incredible, and this is a rare item. Even if we stopped using these, they would go in storage. And then this one is a rare item that we got that has negative attack stats, and I want to throw it in a spring and see what happens. I think we are actually carrying 2 of these. Yeah. So, we probably should do some item management before we do anything. So let me find the ferry spot. Elf's Haven. I always call it ferry, but it's elf. So let's put one of these in there. Oh, we have a rare Blade Master sword as well. It's a pretty solid one. You learned the Delta symbol from this game? That's awesome. I'm assuming this first area that we go to is going to be laughably low level just because we're on Delta server. This is the first server of the game, and they progressively get stronger. But I'm going to party up anyways. Let's bring some wild cards that we don't normally bring. And people that we're not going to use on this next quest either. Is Elk finally going to party up with me? Yes. Okay. We've been wanting to play with Elk so badly.
Yes? What is it?
I want to make Elk my main Wave Master. We have some really good stuff for Wave Masters that we've wanted to give to him. Oh, my inventory is full. Okay. A lot of this stuff that we have can't be used by him because he's a Wave Master. They have to use the lightest of all equipment. Oh, this is perfect though. This is what we should give him. Is this one? This has a full party heal spell, which is fantastic.
Yes.
So we'll just go ahead and give you that immediately. This one, right? Yeah. And he can revive.
Thank you. I'm so happy.
Poor little guy.
I don't usually get presents from people.
I'm also a fan of this VA. That's Jim Hawkins from Outlaw Star. One of my favorite anime. Better than Cowboy Bebop, don't at me. And they're also Junior in Xenosaga, which is a more recent squeeze. Okay, what else do we want to give to Elk? We don't have anything else that Elk can use. Okay, let's put some stuff in storage. You can go in... And... Well, actually, we'll hold on to the rest. Who else do I want to bring along? That's what I also need to figure out. Some other melee character. Maybe Sanjuro? We haven't seen Natsume or Rachel in a while. Terajima. Wait! Wait, Mistral's level went up. Is Mistral back? Interesting. So at the beginning of Volume 3, or somewhere along the way, Mistral sent us an email, and she was like, hey, let's meet. I want to talk to you about something. And she, like, very, like, politely and formally kind of, like, told us a little bit about herself in real life. And was like, and she said, I'm about to have a baby, so I'm going to stop playing the game while I'm, like, becoming a new mother. And was like, thank you for playing with me. And it was so sweet. But I swear her level was, like, 62 or something like that. And, you know, usually when these characters do something like that in this game and they're, like, not playing, their level doesn't keep going up. And the other characters, their level does go up even if you don't play with them because they're still playing on their own, which is actually really cool, unlike a typical RPG. Like, Orca was level 50 at the beginning of Volume 1 when we first started playing with him. His level hasn't changed because he ain't playing. Because he's in a coma. I guess I'm gonna bring Sanjuro. Marlowe is so scary. And I'm not a big fan of Nuke or Nuke. And I kind of similarly don't really feel anything for Natsume or Rachel. I love Gardenia. Gardenia's my champ. Terajima is also pretty cool. Yeah, let's do Sanjuro.
Oh, it's you.
Okay. What do I have for Elk here? I know we had a nice wand that we wanted to give him. 2, 7, 18, 17. Ooh, this has a level 4 spell. Yo. Okay, so the other one is stronger than this one. This one also has a level 4 and a summon. And then this one, also weaker. They all have summons, wow. Okay, yeah, so Wand of Truth for you, and then how about a hat for the nice... Oh, wait, we just gave him a hat. So what do we got here? Flowing Robes. We want him to have a lot of healing spells and offensive spells. And the armor is typically where they're going to get the offensive spells from, besides the weapons. So, trying to pay attention to these. It would be good to have a mix of elements, too. So, let's see. This one is fire and thunder. Okay. And this is earth. Okay, so that's a good mix. 6, 1, 14. 6, 1, 15. And these are water. Oh, also this has really good body. Yeah, I think we'll do the flowing robes. That's good. Oh, and I'm full items again. Excuse me, Sanjuro.
Yes? What?
Okay, so Wand of Truth.
Thank you. Yes?
And flowing robes.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, how about a nice pair of gloves and boots for the young man? Charred Guard. These are fire spells. Ooh, Darkness and Confusion. This could be good. Also, pretty good status resist on those. This one's stats are certainly better, but it's more fire. And I feel like long-term, it's probably better to give him the spell variety. Plus, Skill Drain is great. This will give him a chance to absorb SP from the enemy, which is huge. So that's totally worth it. And then some shoes. What do we got for shoes? We don't have any shoes that he can wear. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna have to be on the lookout for some shoes.
Yes? What?
Here's your Geist ring.
Thank you.
All right, let's have a look at his stats. Oh wait, no, that's the right one. 79 magic attack. Whoo! Oh, he has 99 body. Fantastic. So he should have full immunity to Curse, Sleep, Charm, Confusion, and Magic Down. Phenomenal. Obviously, we'd love for him to have full immunity to everything, but what can you do? That's really hard to achieve. We don't even have that for ourselves. Also, these status effects are definitely easier to deal with than these. So we'll take body over... Or actually, I think this one's called Spirit, and this one's called Body. Shoes with that emote. That's wild. Okay. And then... I'm not going to invest too much into Sanjuro,
What's wrong?
because we're not going to use him as much. Do you have anything good, by the way? Kaiser Glaive. Negation Wand. This is a pretty solid wand. Darkness. The Shoes song? You mean like the really, really old Let's Get Some Shoes song from like 2003? What a throwback. What a throwback. Wow, my data drain is still in danger. I don't know how to fix that. That was certainly a song of all time. I have not seen that video in a really long time. I don't know how... Like, I don't know if that is problematic or not. Because I assume it's like a straight guy doing gay voice, which is like, I don't know where we stand on that, but it definitely is questionable at best. And then like imagining me and my friends like also singing it, who were also like straight boys doing gay voice. Maybe he's doing a girl's voice. I don't know how to interpret it. It's been a long time. Yeah, okay, maybe he's wearing a wig and he's just imitating a woman, which I guess is like just a different conversation, but... Is this the right kind of sword for Sanjuro? He's a blade... No, he's a heavy blade, not a blade master. They're so similar. This is a great sword. But yeah, I'm not here to like be imaginarily offended on someone's behalf or anything. I was just kind of thinking about it. All right, let's put that in. I could probably give him one of these though. I don't see any reason not to just give him one of these. It's probably better than what he's got on. 5110 411. Yeah. So much better.
Yes?
No, not you.
Hey, what's wrong?
All right, here you go. One Storm Halberd for you.
Wish I could show my gratitude a bit.
Yo, what's up, Smashy? Welcome in. How are you? Happy Thursday. Hope it's going well. And then these... Wow, these are really good. These are really, really good. We should save these probably for Story Party. I'm not going to give those to Sanjuro. Okay, I only have 5 open item slots in my inventory here. We've got to use up some spells. Some scrolls. To make some room. I don't want to just, like, waste them willy-nilly or just sell them all. Okay. Sickened, Imprisoned, Falling Angel. So every server, I believe, has the same keyword list. But maybe not. Maybe we won't be able to go to this combination in every server. They could do so much with this in a re-release. Imprisoned Fallen Angel. Like, they could have different ways to filter and sort the keywords. Like, maybe alphabetized. You could, like, save a combination to use in other servers. And, like, bookmark them. They could give you a way to, like, add little notes. Where's Fallen Angel? I don't see it. Do y'all see it? Am I losing it? I don't see Fallen Angel. Maybe that's the different thing. Maybe the part C third column is the only thing that's different from server to server. I don't think so though. All these words seem so familiar. All right, it's definitely not there. We'll try Lambda. Oh wait, no, we need to go to Theta. Right now, they're sorted autobiographically. And dot hack sign in the first 7 episodes that I've watched so far. Most of the time that you see them in a root town, it's either here, Dunloriag, or the first one, Mac Anu. But they made the first mention of Carmina Gadalica, which is the 3rd root town. Okay, Sickened. Maybe these word lists are all different. Imprisoned. Like, they share some words, but not all, or something. It's hard to tell at a glance. Maybe they intentionally didn't alphabetize them for that reason. Imprisoned. Alright, let's see if we can find Fallen Angel this time. Sounds so familiar. I know I've seen it before, so it's kind of throwing me off that I'm not seeing it. No, it's not here either. Okay, let's try Lambda. Oh, we're about to get hit with another ad. We'll check Lambda really quick and then I'll run it. Another reminder that there will be an extended break at 6 p.m. Probably about 20 to 25 minutes instead of the usual 3 to 5. Gotta feed the little guy. So we'll have extended Mario Party time. I'll be in the chat as BB Austin, hanging with you, watching the mini games, listening to the tunes, while I feed the little guy some soup. Sickened. Imprisoned. Fallen Angel. Are we going to be in Cloud City again? No, today we're in Luigi's Engine Room. I don't see it. This sure seems like the same list, too. I don't see Fallen Angel. What kind of soup? It's pretty straightforward minestrone. Some tweaks to it, but it's basically a minestrone, which is my personal favorite soup. Minestrone and Italian wedding. Those are my favorite soups. Okay, we'll check Sigma server. It has some things in it that aren't normally in minestrone, just for the purposes of, like, you know, additional nutrition and meal prep and using up of ingredients. There's, like, some zucchini in there. There's green beans in there. You know, that's not traditional for minestrone. Let's see. Also, there's no noodles in it because we made the noodles separately to, like, add in as we would, like, heat it up to, you know, prevent the noodles from being, like, overly soggy from just sitting in the fridge in the soup for hours and hours and hours. But then the noodles went bad. So, there's no noodles in it at all, even though they're supposed to be. Italian wedding is probably your favorite too? Nice, Smashy. Yeah, I like the little meatballs. It's fun. And the little, like, round couscousy noodles. Tomato and cream of mushroom? Eris, you're so plain. You're so classic and traditional with your soup. I don't even think of cream of mushroom soup as a soup. I just think of it as an ingredient. I do like tomato soup, though. I'm very picky about it, though. Like, because tomato soup is so basic and, like, so few ingredients, it's gotta be, like, really, really good. I've had a lot of tomato soups that I did not like. But we have a strong tradition where, like, in the fall, the first time we have, like, a crispy cold day, we have to have a tomato soup grilled cheese night to, like, ring in the fall season. Okay, Fallen Angel does not exist. If it's not an Omega server, it doesn't exist. What's up, Vashi? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well also. Oh, we're about to get hit with the ad. Okay, I don't have time for this. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for being here.
Finish!
Alright, I'm back. All y'all Mario Party enjoyers better get ready for July 16th. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna go off. Alright, last chance for this coordinate to mean anything. Sickened. Imprisoned. Fallen angel. Is it real? Cat market. Downy growth. And there's some wild ones. Alright, it's not real. So if it's gonna happen, it's gonna be some kind of like story related thing. But I wanted to check. So I'm glad that we have. I think that was also the case with the last OVA coordinate that we saw. It ended up not being a real coordinate. It just sounded like one. Okay. So we have a goblin and then 2 side quests. We actually don't have a story place to go, which is interesting. What's the level on this, by the way? 68 for the goblin fight. Thank you, Smashy. And then over in Sigma, we have the 2 character quests for Pyros and Moonstone. I just want to double check that we don't have a story flag right now. I guess that could mean that either one of these or both of them are required. There have been a few quests that we thought were optional that weren't. Yo, Deej, how are you? What's up? Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Let's do the goblin first. Let's just see what this is like, because if it's awful and I hate it, I want to know right away. And then I can, like, think about it. Detestable, elusive, sunny demon. So all these previous ones were tag, and
the super powered up Stefani X will take you on, Cobb. It's X, Cobb. Doesn't it sound powerful?
but this is where they actually frame it as a fight. And you know, the previous ones, even though it is technically still a fight, you have to kill them. They would still frame it as we're playing tag. And we always had to come by ourselves. But now we get to bring our party. So I'm very interested to see how this is going to be different. How's Dot Hat going? We're having a good time. We're being kind of goofy and silly today. We haven't really, this is like the first actual thing in the game that we've done. So let's see here. Let's do magic and see if there's any kind of... Oh, first off, we need to do buffs. You love being silly? Me too. That's why we have an alert for it. Let's do buffs. And also being busy. Thank you, Smashy. Let's get this on everybody. Okay, they apparently don't have any buff spells. That's fine. We'll just stand here for a little bit. Oh, one of them got hit somehow. Okay. That bodes well. Oh yeah, Sanjuro has Aptorf. Cool. We probably won't need Rig Same, because these guys don't usually fight back. But maybe that'll be different this time around. We'll see. And then everyone's going to need a speed charm. These guys are super fast. and this actually increases our movement speed. So I'm going to put this on all of my characters. These last a long time, so hopefully we won't need to replenish them too many times. And then I'm actually going to switch my equipment to San so that I can do App Corv on myself and on Sanjuro. Don't need to worry about it for Elk, because Elk's only going to use magic. And then I'm going to switch my equipment again to the Sora Blades, because if we can pull off a death on one of these guys, that would be incredible. That would be the best possible outcome. It's very hard to hit them with a regular attack, though. But if he's getting frozen by Elk's magic, shouldn't be a problem at all. Okay, one's down. That's a record. So we gotta just keep clicking this magic thing, and then they'll freeze him in place with a spell. And that slows his movement speed down so that I can hit him. He might be immune to death because he's like a special enemy, but incredible. This is the best. Maybe they're like rewarding us for getting through all the really annoying goblin fights by giving us one that's like reasonable and doable. Elk, I love you. I love you so much. That was the easiest goblin fight since the very first one.
To lose means to hate not to lose, Gob. So, this is right, Gob?
Stony. Sora Blades, this is Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, exactly. It's funny, Sora is actually a character in the anime, Deej. He's from Dot Hack Sign. And there's not a ton of direct references from these games back to Dot Hack Sign, but that's one of them. We did a special side quest to get Sora's blades, and we also like freed him from being trapped in the game because he was one of the comatose players. And part of the show, I'm rewatching the show right now, and one of the things that happened in one of the recent episodes is like everybody hates Sora in the show because he's really annoying, and his whole thing is that he's a player killer, and he's like this chaotic troll kind of character where instead of like going on quests and being interested in leveling up and getting good items and progressing, he's just interested in kind of like messing with people and killing them, even though you're not supposed to do that, obviously, and most players like can't even do that. He's like figured out a way. He's not like a hacker, but apparently he's figured out a way to like kill other characters and make them like lose their save and have to reload. He's like he's also kind of like sleazy and maybe like a little bit creepy. He likes to sneak up on people playing as girl characters and then say, "Give me your member address or I'll kill you." You know, and basically saying like, let me be on your friends list and be able to like invite you to games, or I'll kill your player character. and that's like how he meets most of the other cast of the anime. But he is like an important part of the narrative and is like, you know, there's a bit of a redemption arc and he's useful and you know, he is powerful and whatever. But he has like a very like trope personality of being this kind of like insufferable, non-committal, chaotic figure. But the thing that I forgot to say is that they comment on how his name is very generic and like intentionally generic. Like that's considered like a really generic name to them, and they kind of like make fun of him for it. Gob. The Goblin Cap Z. Okay, so I guess we're gonna get Z for everything this time around. In the first volume, so in every volume, there's 4 volumes of this game. In every volume, there are 5 of these goblin missions, and the first 4, you get pieces of equipment. You get a hat, a body, a hand, and a foot. And then on the 5th one, you get a key item that's like a commemorative thing that shows that you completed them all for that volume. So this is presumably going to follow the same pattern. And in the first one, they're just called Goblin Cap, Goblin Robe or something, Goblin Mail, Goblin Glove, Goblin Shoe. And then in the second game, they're called A, Goblin Cap A, and so on. And then the third volume, it was S, and it looks like in volume 4, it's going to be Z. And typically these aren't things that we actually use because the stats like aren't quite up to snuff. But look at this. Look at this 80 for body. That's incredible. That would basically get almost any character to full immunity. I don't know if I could bring myself to give this to another character because once I give it to them, I could never get it back. There's no duplicates of these. But that is tempting. That is tempting. It's almost good enough to wear myself, but not quite. And then also once you have the full set, if you wear the full set, you get a summon where you can summon one of the goblins. And they don't like, it's not like a familiar where they like fight alongside you. It's like a spell where they come out once and do an attack. And it's not very good, but it's funny. Maybe the level 4 one will be really good. All right, well that was super easy. That was great. I'm gonna write down that we got the Goblin Cap Z from that. And then I'm gonna dismiss Sanjuro, and then I plan to use Elk for both of these optionals or character missions or whatever we want to call them. So we say bye-bye to Sanjuro, but we're gonna keep Elk with us. Why can't you get it back if you give it to someone else? That's just, I guess, the nature of the mechanics. You have the option to gift items to other players, and you can, if they're in your party, you can manually go into their equipment and change it like a standard RPG, but other than that, you have no other manipulation over the player. So like, you can't like tell them that you want the item back and try to like trade with them or anything. Like once you give it to them, it's theirs. You can't take it back from them because they're like a real human player with agency. Is, I guess, like the impetus behind that idea. Let's do Moonstones first because Pyroses is probably going to be more fun and interesting. Yo, what's up, Mike? Welcome in. Good evening to you as well. We are playing .hack Quarantine. This is a 4-part series on the PS2, and Quarantine is Volume 4. So we'll get the final chapters and hopefully resolution of the story in this one. We're on day 3. Where did Elk go? He just ran off to shop. 1 Diablo Blades for 10 Silver Axe. We have 10 Silver Axes, I think. What do these look like? Life Drain is nice. 2811. Oh dang, this is a really good axe. And it has Skill Drain. We love Skill Drain. 33. That's one of the highest attack stats we've seen. This is a good staff, too. Darkness Summon. Wow, 3 different elements all in one? Hold on. 19 magic attack as well? Okay, hold on. What has Elk got? I know we just gave him a new staff, but... yeah, this one is better. And we'd have 3 elements covered instead of... 2. And we would have a summon. The summons are a lot more powerful. Like a level 3 summon is a lot more powerful than a level 3 spell of the same element. So we might want all 3 of these, actually. 10 silver axe. Now, would you accept something else? Usually when they tell you a specific item they won't accept anything else. So I think we can safely assume that. Let me see if I have 10 silver axe. Only 5. Darn. I'm gonna write that down because that's a good weapon. Because yeah, our current ones, our best one is 26 attack. 10, 12 on the other side. Come back here, Tim. Where'd you go? There are some who call me. It's not as good for magic, but it is stronger for attack. And life drain is nice. Actually, Deck Vorv would be really great to have too. So yeah, I really kind of want this. Silver axes are not that hard to get either. So let me write this down. Let's see. Tim wants 10x silver axe for Diablo blades. That's a really good trade too, because a silver axe is a super low value item that we could easily farm. If we go to a spring that's low level and try to level up a high level item at the spring, the spring will tell you, hey, this item is too high level for me to level up, and then it gives it back to you and gives you a gold axe and a silver axe. So we could easily exploit that. We don't know where springs are. If there's a way to like intuit which levels are going to have a spring, I don't know what it is. But still, that's pretty easy to mess around with. I'm just gonna assume that this axe is okay, they probably want a specific item for this too. Yep. Okay, so 10x silver axe for the Malice's axe. What are you doing with all these silver axes, Tim? And 10 silver axes for the witch's stick. I guess I should check, or no, I did check storage, that's right. I wasn't carrying 5 silver axe, I had 10, or 5 in storage. That's a lot of silver axes, though. I don't think we can buy those. Pretty sure we have to specifically get those from the springs or drops. There's definitely enemies that drop them, but I haven't recorded anything like that anywhere, so we'd have to refigure that out or look it up, which I don't want to do. Oh, let me put this goblin cap away. I don't want to carry this around. Okay. We are going to do a mission with Moonstone now. Cookies and cream is so good. What made you think of that, Smashy? You having some ice cream right now? Oh, we got to go back to Sigma here. I agree, though. I love cookies and cream. Classic flavor. I'm a huge Oreo fan. Huge Oreo fan. It works well with a lot of stuff. One of my favorite combinations that I discovered a couple years ago, that I don't know why I didn't discover sooner, is matcha and Oreo. There's a Korean grocery store near us. Well, not super near, but like in town, called H Mart, which is like a national chain, but they're not like everywhere. The one in my town is the only one in our whole state, and it's one of the biggest states of them all. So we're very lucky that it's here. But they have like this little specialty bakery inside the store. It's so much more than a grocery store. Calling it a grocery store really isn't fair. But they have like a food court and like a live music venue and an arcade and like salons and small businesses and like a child's play area. But they have this bakery. And one time we went to the bakery and we got this brownie. It was a regular brownie, and then the topping of the brownie was this like, it wasn't really like a frosting, but some kind of like layer of matcha something or other. And it was like the same consistency as the brownie. I don't really know how it was made. It wasn't like a frosting or a glaze. It was this like layer of like beautiful matcha green stuff. And then on top of it, there was like crumbled up Oreos and then like half an Oreo stuck into the brownie. One of the best things I've ever tasted in my life. And I was like, why have I not combined Oreo and matcha together before? Because they're like two things that I love. And they go together so well because they're both like this kind of like bittersweet, earthy kind of jam. And ever since, like I'll buy like a pint of like the Haagen-Dazs green tea ice cream, which is like matcha flavor, and like get like a little pack of Oreos and crumble that up in there. Oh my god. Otherworldly. Absolutely otherworldly. Okay, we're gonna go to Breezing Sage's Walkway. Whoa! Battle level 85? Okay, Moonstone wasn't kidding. He was like, I found a good area to grind, but I need some help. I don't think we're ready for this yet. I'm gonna make a note. Okay, sorry Moonstone. I don't think we're ready for this one yet, so I'm gonna dismiss you. And I'm gonna pull Pyros in and we're gonna go do Pyros' quest. Moonstone's quest might have to wait until like right before the end game. Because I'm sure we will get to that level before this is over. But we ain't there right now. And you can kind of punch above your weight in this game, but you gotta have a lot of items. And I am a little low on cash right now, so. Let me go to storage really quick. I think I might have some stuff that I want to give to Pyros. Not a lot of characters can use heavy equipment, and he is one of them. We only have 2 heavy axemen as well, compared to the blade characters where we just have like a absurd amount. Okay, I don't have an axe for him, but let's look at everything else. 1912, 215? Or 215? And it's got good body as well. Yeah, let's grab one of these. We may find out he's already wearing one. Storm Halberg. Blaze Halberg. We actually don't have any heavy body armor right now. Let's see. 5110, 411. Okay, so Storm is slightly better. We don't really care about the magic, because ideally he's not going to use any magic. He's either going to attack or draw aggro. So we'll give him this one. You're not sure you know what matcha tastes like? I mean, to not mince words, matcha kind of tastes like grass. But it's when you, like, make it right and sweeten it a little bit that it tastes amazing. It's got this very, like, bitter, earthy taste. It doesn't actually taste like grass, but a lot of people who taste it for the first time often say that, and I always tell them that they're not entirely wrong to try to encourage them to keep drinking it. It's a certain type and or preparation of green tea. So it has that kind of like bitter flavor of green tea, but like to a different level. It's like, it can be like a little bit fragrant, but like all the like trendy like matcha drinks that you see people with, it's like a very, very small amount and not super strong. It's going to be like a ton of milk, a ton of sugar, probably some vanilla, and then just like a splash of matcha. And that is tasty too, but I like it a little bit more heavy-handed. But as far as like gatewaying into the flavor, I think that's an okay way to get to it, and then you can kind of work your way up, just like you would with coffee, you know? If you have like a super punchy, strong coffee drink as your first time tasting coffee, you might just be like, ugh. You know, you got to acquire the taste a little bit. It's absolutely an acquired taste, matcha. But I think it's phenomenal. So my gateway into matcha was actually incorporating it into desserts before I moved on to drinks. So like green tea ice cream, green tea cheesecake, or just like a cake or a brownie, can have matcha in it. Sometimes they call it green tea, which is a little bit confusing because green tea and matcha aren't exactly the same thing, but they're kind of used interchangeably when it's added to something that's not a drink. And then there's like an extra layer of conversation where like the way that we consume matcha in the West is like inauthentic in the eyes of many people not in the West. I'm not going to get into all that. I also am not an expert on it. But as far as like Americanized matcha, it's usually like a green powder that's like food grade matcha that's separate from like matcha to specifically be made into a drink to drink all by itself. There's like ceremonial matcha, which is like a FDA type standard where it has to like pass a certain amount of criterion to be considered ceremonial grade. I've never had ceremonial grade matcha. It's super expensive. But I just buy like the food powder in like a big bag from Costco. And you can use it for anything. You can use it as an ingredient for baking and sweets, or you can just make a drink out of it. And that's what you're going to get from like, you know, your standard coffee shop, unless you go somewhere ridiculously fancy. You seem to know matcha about it. That's very silly. But thank you for saying so. All right, fire hands for Pyros. But yeah, I would say, you know, find a coffee shop that you like and see if they have a matcha latte. Try it out sometime. Imp's leg mail. I feel like he might already be wearing this. This is pretty outdated. But we'll see. We haven't messed with Pyros' equipment much in a while. Let's have a look. Yep, he's already wearing the Imp's leg mail. 1810 102 versus... Yep, okay, so the fire hands are good. Give him those. God, I love him so much. Just that one soundbite. Oh! Just the thought that there's like somebody playing this game that's so into the game that he wants to like LARP as this like medieval Shakespearean kind of guy and like get into this character. It's so great. And it's clear that the devs of this game love Pyros just as much as I do as well. I'm sure there's a lot of people that play this game that find him annoying, but I find him incredibly endearing and hilarious. Armor of Hell. 7110-1111 versus... interesting. So the one he's got now is slightly better for physical defense, slightly worse for magical defense, but I think it also had better body? Yeah. I think I'm going to leave that one alone. And then the Mountain Helm, 308, and then Zip. So I'm pretty sure we destroy that with this Fire Dragon here. Yeah. That's going to be way better for you. So here's a Fire Dragon for you.
Oh, such a delicious item.
Okay, and then we're going to put these other two in storage again. Let's drop a save, and then we'll go do this mission. Oh, I'm going to switch my weapon to Dragon and Tiger. So the premise of this side quest is that Pyros heard about a character who is scamming people, and because he's such a paragon, he wants to go and stop this player because he sees himself as a hero, and he can't abide by that despicable behavior. So we're gonna go try to put a stop to this player. And this is cool because we've never, at least to my memory, not in part 3 or part 4, have done a quest that was about stopping a specific player. We've never had to fight another player before. It's always been a monster. We'll call this Pyros Prep. My data drain is still really high level. It's gone down, which is nice. But we still need it to go down more. The Unmatched Worst Abyss. But yeah, there's a coffee shop that we like to go to a lot that's like a mom and pop style coffee shop. It's like our second favorite coffee shop, but it's closer to us than our first favorite. And their matcha latte is it's tasty, but it's very weak. There's like hardly any matcha in it at all, but it kind of tastes like this kind of like vanilla cookie flavor, so I can see why a lot of people like it. It just doesn't have enough matcha for my taste, but that would be a great gateway drink to get somebody curious or excited about matcha. Okay, Pyros is immediately asleep. These enemies suck. But because we have a strong mage, it should be a lot easier. Elk is doing amazing work here. Oh, but he just died. But look how powerful his spells were. Just immediately killed. Woo! 1,600 damage. That's so much. That's a ton of damage. Our regular attacks usually do about 200 for perspective. So. Let's get some buffs on with whatever we've got. Regime on everybody. This is such an important one. SP is restored as we walk, but it's slowed down during battle, and that's when we use the most SP, so... This just tries to keep, especially Elk, but also me, topped off. Rig Same is the same thing, but for HP. It's less important, but it's nice. Get hooked on it and then start upping the price. Well, I will say, while matcha is not cheap, it's definitely a less expensive drink hobby than coffee. Because you don't need as much equipment, or really any equipment, to make matcha versus coffee. Which is really nice. You know, you don't need filters, you don't need a grinder, you don't need a maker, you don't need anything to, like, brew it. You can just buy a bag of powder and keep it in your fridge so that it stays super fresh. And all you really need is, like, a whisk to get it to, like, mix into your, you know, milk and water or whatever you're doing. So I find it to be much more accessible in that way. So if you do get hooked on it, it's definitely not as expensive as coffee can be. The bag of matcha itself might be more expensive than a bag of coffee, but it lasts so much longer. Like, I drink matcha like 1 to 1.5 times a week, and the bag of matcha that I buy from Costco lasts me like, I don't know, a year. And the bag is like, you know, $40 or something like that. Which is like a lot at one time. But like a bag of coffee, if you're a regular coffee drinker, that's gone so fast. And coffee has like so much more volatility to like the freshness. It goes stale. It's a lot harder to like keep it in the right container and state to like keep it fresh. So... I'll take matcha any day over coffee as far as that goes. What are you doing, girl? You're confused, but you're running away? Are you gonna attack your friends? Whatever spell Elk is saying sounds like he's saying Sylvester. God, he's roasting these maidens. I love to see it. Finally giving them a taste of their own medicine. And I don't know if this is luck or what, but he's using the right element. Either we're just getting lucky or he's clicking the element that's doing the most damage, like out of good AI. Normally I would be losing my mind that every single encounter is these ladies. But look, he just immediately killed one. He just deleted that maiden. Wow. This is fantastic. Normally I don't bother clearing the field if the encounter table is really annoying. Is that a spell? Yes. Summon, right? Yeah, we need to use some of these. Normally I don't clear the field if the enemies are really annoying, but if they aren't annoying, I try to make a point to clear the field. Just to, Actually, let's hit attack. Let's see what happens. Just to get the experience. Especially if we're ever going to get up to level 85. Oh, I'm dead. Bring me back, please. Thank you. Jealous Cobra. There's a weird thing going on with Elk's voice samples where some of them are the Japanese VA still. Like some of his like little grunts and like non-verbal, like, or non-syllabic, or what do you want to call them? The ones that aren't words, that are just like, ha, yeah, those kinds of things. Like that one. That's not the same VA. I'm so happy that we have Elk. God. He's so much better than Wise Man. Wise Man was just not it. Okay, let me get my buffs back on. Everyone else is expired, so... But yeah, the fact that Elk is walking out of these encounters with, like, almost all of his SP still, and we don't have to, like, waste any time recharging before going into the next encounter. So fantastic. I hope we get Mia back at some point before this game is over. I feel like we haven't really got to play with Mia in our party at all. We definitely didn't in Volume 3, for a fact. And I don't remember in Volume 1 and 2 at what point she becomes available. Or if we get to play with her in the party at all, or if she's just kind of like a story character. Oh, new enemy. It's the peacock thing. Let's hit skills. God, this is a very terrifying enemy. This thing has a ton of HP. But Elk is trivializing it. Man, magic is so good. And look at his SP, he's like already back at full. He's killing it. I might have to make Elk into a story character. We might have to say goodbye to Balmung Blackrose combo. If we can. I don't know if we can. But I would probably run Blackrose Elk over Balmung Elk, or Balmung Elk, yeah. Oh, dang it. Elk got too close. Alright, this is gonna suck because Elk's not gonna be able to cast magic because he's dead and out of MP. She's just gonna run all over creation here. This is why we hate fighting these things in the field, because they can't get like trapped in a corner like they can in a dungeon. There we go. Good job, Elk. Okay. Get these buffs back on. Okay. Still quite a few portals out here. We're gonna keep working on them. Okay, chest. That's easy. The game does count how many times you've cleared all the portals in a field as like a, just like a statistic. There's this thing called Book of 1000 that keeps track of a bunch of statistic type stuff like that, and you can get item rewards from it. Which is pretty cool. So we can also feel like we're working towards that when we do this. It's mostly for the experience, though. I'm not trying to 100% this game or anything. It's probably impossible. Even if I did look everything up, I think 100%ing this game would be basically impossible. I feel like there's a ton of missable content in these games intentionally by design to make sure that everybody has a very unique and different experience from each other, to make it feel more like a real experience. Alright, Pyros is about to chop my head off. Let's prevent that. Jesus, these things are strong. They hit like a truck. This would be a good time for me to use some kind of, like, skill that's AoE. Which we hardly ever do. What do I even have? I can't remember which one is AoE. Oh, it'll tell me. Oh, that's a nice one. That's actually pretty quick. Usually, I don't like those because you get locked into an animation for a long time, too. And you can, like, die while you're waiting for it to cool down. But that one was really fast. I'll have to remember that. Flame Vortex. Oh my god, Pyros, please, dude. Please stop getting charmed. Pyros' theme, man. Pyros has his own field music and battle music, and it plays no matter what if he's in your party. And it's so funny, because otherwise, you know, all these different biomes have, like, a lot of varied themes that you can hear. And they're really cool, they're really good, but Pyros' theme just takes priority. It's so funny. And initially I thought it was just when it was, like, relevant, you know, like a quest related to him or something. But it's just any time. Ow. We also need money. Hopefully we're getting good money by doing this. I really don't know what the return rate is on just battling enemies. I don't really know how much money we get for just killing enemies. But I gotta assume that it's some. Wrong person. Whew! 3,200 damage. Good job. Oh, free buff. What do we got? Oh, nice. That's good for Elk. That's the wrong skill. Somehow Pyrus didn't get that buff, but that's okay. He doesn't use magic anyways. The little target means accuracy. So the sword plus the target is physical accuracy, and the little wand plus the target is magic accuracy. 2 more portals, and then we can go in. Okay, we gotta go after the maiden first. Good job, Elk. It's random what target he chooses until I attack someone. They're currently set to attack whoever I attack. But if I haven't attacked anyone yet, it's just random. So, we got lucky there. Another buff lottery. Oh, nice. Physical defense. That's on those daggers that we want. That would be a really nice one to add to our buff arsenal, physical defense. We've never had access to that one before. That would be great. Alright, last one and then we can go in. And I'm also going to run the ad once we get into the dungeon. That magic is so powerful. 3 or 4 hits of 500. Incredibly powerful. A lot of my attacks aren't even hitting. Yeah, Pyros' attack is like 700. He's super strong. Yay, we got a level. Alright. Now we can go into the dungeon. We didn't have to do that. We just did that for experience. Because sometimes we get to a field like this and the enemies are like super annoying and hard to kill. Like they have physical tolerance, which means you can't hit them with any regular attacks and you have to use only magic. That's like the worst case scenario. Or you'll have magic tolerance, which is significantly less annoying but still annoying. Or they like constantly inflict sleep or charm or confuse, which is also the worst. Or they're like the maidens where they just run around and they're really hard to hit. There's so many things that are not conducive to clearing the field. In those cases, we would just, you know, bum rush the dungeon and kill the fewest possible enemies to get to the bottom. So we're going to run the extended ad break here. I got to step away for about 20 to 25 minutes so I can feed the little guy and probably myself too. We'll do this dungeon when we get back. After the ad break, you're going to see a bunch of Mario Party. CPU versus CPU Mario Party. I'll be in the chat as BB Austin, hanging with you, listening to the tunes. We can chat about whatever or what's going on in the party. And then I'll be back after that with the second half of stream. Thanks for being here, y'all. See you in a little bit.
Finish! Oh, no! Ready? Go! Finish! Finish! Start! Finish! Finish! Start! Finish! Start! Finish! Ready? Go! finish.
All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Yeah. Okay, back over here for dungeon time. Thanks for waiting. I know that's a long break. I know that's a long time to just stick around. So, I appreciate it. Get my buffs back on and we'll start crunching down the dungeon. Tomorrow will be the last day that we have to do the extended break. I think I misspoke earlier and said today was the last day and that the lady would return tomorrow, but I was forgetting what day it was. Today's Thursday. The lady returns on Saturday, so tomorrow will be the last day that we have to do the extended break. And tomorrow I will be able to say that she comes back tomorrow. These guys are very strong. Yep, almost died. Thank you for Thursday. Yeah, get it while it's hot. Also very timely since I forgot what day it was. Ooh, Pyros almost died there. Oh, I should probably switch to Sora Blades for death, just to have death. That'll be really nice for those guys, because they take a lot of hits. This is a pretty small floor, so that's nice. Holy crap. There's a death, thank you. I would save myself a lot of items if I adjusted my playstyle a little bit. I use a very bullheaded, lazy playstyle where I just face tank every attack that the enemy does so that I can stay up close to them and continue to whack them. But really I should try to like back up when they do startup animations because it does make you dodge most of the time. Or even just standing behind the enemy instead of directly in front of their face does make a difference. Okay, can we, like... God, Elk is amazing. Elk / the items that we gave him are amazing. So many Hanged Man. Okay, I'm gonna use some scrolls on these guys, because they hit really hard. Actually, first I'm gonna hit this. We need to unload some of these. What are these guys weak against? They are earth, so we need to use wood. Alright, where are my wood scrolls at? Didn't seem very good, and I'm about to die. Any more wood scrolls? All right, we'll save the rest. Oh, Pyros is charmed. Pyros is charmed again. Death. Pyros is charmed again. There we go. We're getting really good experience from these, though. 40 or 50 each battle is really good. It only takes 1,000 experience to level up every single level. This game has one of those style level up systems, which I actually quite like. And then the amount of experience points that you get just depends on the enemy's relationship, or the enemy's level related to your level. So if they're like way below your level, you'll just get 1 experience point. But if they're at or above or near your level, you'll get a lot more. And unless we were punching way above our weight, we probably wouldn't see anything over 100 experience points, unless it's like a boss. So 40 or 50 is solid. Okay, the buffs are back on. And I always hit that skills command right at the beginning, because if you don't, they won't use anything other than regular attacks. You have to tell them to. And I'm glad that one exists, because just saying attack and just saying magic would be really inconvenient for this party config, since we have 1 magic user and 1 physical user. But if you say skills, it'll mix it up. And they can use anything in their arsenal. And it seems like the physical characters will tend to stick to physical skills rather than magic, but probably not perfect. Elk is an absolute wunderkind. So good. Status scrolls, we can just toss. We don't care. Yay, restorative. We're getting kind of low on those, so it's actually nice to pick them up. Cygnus. Those will be good for selling. There's this concept in some of the Sign episodes that I've watched so far, and even in some of like the dialogue in this game, that tries to indicate that like each downward floor of a dungeon is more sinister and dangerous than the previous. But that doesn't really seem to be a real mechanic. It seems like they're all the same. They all have like the same encounter table for the whole dungeon. And the mobs don't really change. That's fine. More Cygnus. Down with the Cygnus. I would eat crow if we saw more than one of these guys at a time, though, because that would be really scary. He just increased his attack power. Nice death. Thank you, Sora Blades. If we ever got to a point, party config-wise, where all 3 characters had weapons with death, we would be unstoppable. I think these are outdated. But so is this, so. Seagreaves are probably better than Frost Solaret, maybe worth more too. Might need to start tossing some scrolls though. Because really, ideally, we shouldn't throw away any equipment because it sells for quite a bit, even if it's not very good. Certainly sells more for than scrolls do. Okay, let's reset buffs. Same on everybody. And Geem on everybody. Hold on, I need to go check something really quick. Okay. All good. Ooh, death on the first strike. Love that. Oh, and a huge AoE spell. Wow. It's amazing how much easier these are to deal with than before. They used to be such a nightmare. Now they're a joke. OOT route changes on a dime? You doing a rando right now, Draconics? So many signals. Nice death. And he's gone. Oh, dang it. Couldn't tell that it was a cursed. Now I'm cursed. Oh, like a speedrun route. Gotcha. You're watching somebody do a 100 run. That's cool. Which hundo? Because it like hundo glitchless or like full blown like everything allowed like SRM or like glitched no SRM. There's so many variations for OOT. Whew. %, no SRM. Nice. I think SRM is fascinating, and I like watching people do it if they're explaining it as they go. But I definitely find the videos of people explaining it to be more interesting and entertaining than just watching people do it. And as far as like watching and consuming an entire speedrun, I would strongly prefer to watch no SRM. Because like I can tell what's happening. You know? Like I can appreciate what's happening. But like when someone's doing SRM, if they're not explaining it, you know, it's just, you know, like the meme is that SRM stands for seemingly random movement, which is like a classic. Love that one. It's not what it actually stands for, but people who like to criticize SRM say that that's what it stands for, and I think it's really funny. Because it really does look like seemingly random movement. That's cool, though, that there's a route change. Never ceases to amaze me how OOT can be, like, a game so old and so heavily played, and still have, like, new discoveries made. Like, so many games get quote-unquote solved after a certain amount of time, and the scenes like slow down, or you just plateau and taper off, and then other games just like the ceiling just always keeps going up, the skill ceiling keeps going up, and new stuff just continues to be found against all odds. Like we have to imagine that there's a finite number of things that could be discovered in Ocarina of Time. Like it's a video game with a code structure. So like theoretically, at some point, we have to be able to know everything about it. But it just keeps, you know, the universe keeps trying to tell us that we'll never learn it all, because we just keep finding new stuff. It's really wild. Yeah, it has a lot of bugs, but what it has so much more of are like unintentional quirks and like interactions. And some people would categorize them as bugs, but they're not really bugs. Like things like how the you know, hover boots interact with I'm trying to think of a good concrete example, but like, you know, theoretically how something like a certain item or environmental objects interact with other items or environmental objects that typically only appear before the former and would never run into it, or because of the way that like entrance randomizer or other randomizer or speedrun, you know, wrong warping, whatever it might be, causes things to happen in a place or with an enemy that would never otherwise be possible in like a vanilla game. And then that somehow influences the vanilla game. You know, like people will play the randomizer and young Link is in like, you know, deep into the water temple or something, which is like not normally possible. And then there will be like some unique interaction that's discovered, and it's like, oh, young Link has this specific jump length, you know, because young Link can't jump as high or as far as adult Link. And they'll find out that, oh, the jump distance of young Link from this one particular ledge causes him to clip into this wall, or be able to like interact with this object in mid-air, or grab this ledge that's not normally grabbable, or requires like a weird setup with adult Link to grab or something. And then that will like be translated and like, oh, well, what if we bring young Link over to this other area where we're having this trouble with this ledge with adult Link? And then they find out, oh, it works over in this spot too. And like these discoveries like snowball into like a seemingly useless, trivial discovery will like snowball into this larger thing. And it's like, oh yeah, and that's how we figured out that by doing 2 side hops and a backflip, we can make this jump every time, you know. And then that like saves 5 seconds in a speed run or something, and stuff like that just keeps happening. It's wild. And because so many people play the game at such a high level, the discoveries come through surprisingly regularly. It's a really fun thing to follow, just as a spectator. And it's fun to know like just enough about the game to be able to understand like the technical explanations, and then you know, be able to appreciate them. Kikoku sounds like a weapon. What is Kikoku? I was right, it's daggers. Ooh, Deck Vorv. We were just talking about how cool Deck Vorv is. They're pretty crappy otherwise, and we don't need to keep them, but I'll try to keep them. That we can toss. Actually, wait, let me toss some scrolls. Do I have any level 1 scrolls besides status? Well, besides summons, no. Okay. What if I got rid of all of my level 2 scrolls? Wait, I can't... Oh, discard item. There we go. I was like, why can't I toss my items? Alright, let me find my level 2 spells with the lowest count. But not summons, because they do good damage and sell for a lot. Okay, so we have a 3. Oh, Cygnus is a scroll. I was thinking this was a staff. Okay. Well, I don't want to toss those because we'll probably get more before this dungeon is over. Get rid of those. Stop there for now. And then maybe after this dungeon I will sell all of my level 2. Oh, wrong column. Nice death. These guys have really high evade. So many misses and dodging. We have to be nearing 99 golden eggs. I feel like we have so many of them. I'll probably go look and it'll be like 26. That's a scroll. Recovery drink is great. Why did Pyros just say you should call the plumber? What the heck was that? What is he talking about?
Bearcat eggs.
Have I ever forbid myself from doing a speedrun trick in a rando? No. No, that seems counterintuitive to me. I know so few tricks that I want to, like, flex and show off the ones that I do. Like, it would be one thing if I had, like, ZFG level trick arsenal and I could just, like, trivialize anything by, like, bomb hovering or whatever. I actually can't do ISG. I know how ISG is supposed to be set up and I understand how it works, but I've never been able to pull it off consistently. But no, I've never forbid myself. I feel like if I knew how to do bomb hovers, that could make the game kind of boring. If I could just hover up to, like, anything. But I guess, like, if you're not, like, a master at it and it's, like, hard to pull off, maybe that's still kind of fun. Like, oh, I'm not supposed to go up there, but I could try, you know, doing the hover. Try hovering! And get up there. That might be kind of fun. But if I was just, like, super consistent at it and it's just like, oh, well, I'll just hover up there. That sounds kind of boring to me. But with just, like, regular bomb jumps and, like, the few other things that I can do, I like doing those tricks. It makes it more fun for me. Because most of the ones that I'm able to do don't really break logic that much. And most of them are in, like, the expected list. Like, the weekly settings for rando have a list of quote-unquote expected tricks that are, like, the easier ones that they assume most players can do. And even though they're not, like, technically in the logic of the seed settings, they're still kind of, like, assumed that most players are going to be able to do them. And that's pretty much, like, the breadth of my trick capabilities. Like, you know, bomb jump, not bomb hover, and then, like, what do they call it? Like, areas without tunic, or I don't know what the name of it is, but, like, you know, being able to do water temple without Zora tunic, being able to do fire temple without Goron tunic, except for the boss fight, I can't do that. Unless I have a ton of hearts. You know, not needing Lens of Truth for the game. Those are kind of like the basic, quote-unquote, expected tricks. Oh god, Pyros killed me. I really don't like how they can immediately get a status like 2 frames after you remove it. That's kind of rough. Alright. I gotta wait for my SP to recharge a little bit. We're gonna do some scroll selling after this. Okay, so this is probably the last room. There's no like little purple frilly stuff to indicate a boss, so there might not be a boss, but I guess that makes sense because we're fighting a player and not a monster, so maybe it doesn't warn us. But this should be the Got statue. Let me get everybody's stuff back on. But I guess just in case, I'm gonna do this west room first. We're gonna go west, east, north. If you didn't play Rando, you'd never use Furor's Wind or Nehru's Love. Yeah, I think Furor's Wind doesn't make sense to a lot of people who play the game now because a lot of them are playing on like Switch Online or an emulator, and so they would just like save state. I do think that a lot more people saw the utility of Furor's Wind when the game was contemporary, and it made a lot more sense to like the mindset of the average player then, because there wasn't a way to just like keep your place perfectly. But also, it's very easy to misunderstand what Furor's Wind does. Like when the game gives it to you, the explanation is not very clear. And even when you use it, it's hard to tell exactly what's happening. You have to like use it a couple of times to figure out exactly what it can and can't do. So that's definitely working against it. And a lot of people probably just never made it that far. But Nehru's Love, I feel like Nehru's Love is just there as like a bailout for people who aren't great at the game. And I think it's perfectly valid for it to exist, because a lot of people really enjoy Zelda but aren't very good at the combat. And if they're having trouble with like a particular boss, either because they're just not good at like quick reactive movements, or the camera, or they're just not catching on to what the gimmick is, and so they're like ham-fisting the fight in a way that they don't realize, and they think that it's harder than it really is because they're kind of doing it the quote-unquote wrong way. A different way, I should say. Nehru's Love is great for people in those situations, because it's like the magic armor in Twilight Princess or Wind Waker, you know? You're just invincible. It's great. Hello? Hello! Hi, hello, indeed. Jackie, welcome in. How's it going? What's up, everybody? How was the cheeky bonus stream? Jackie's been doing a lot of cheeky little bonus streams lately, and they always seem to land on a Tuesday or Thursday, and I can't get in there. I hope it was fun. I saw that some demos and some perusal was happening. Oh, I should pause so my buffs don't run out. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Jackie, thank you so much for the raid. I'm pretty sure everybody that's hanging out in my streams regularly already knows Jackie, but if for some reason you don't, click the follow button. Click that heart at the top of chat. Make it solid if it's not already solid. Assy, hello. Mutates, hello. Jackie, hello. Mersu, hello. Tyrannard, hello. Played some demos. Mostly some very weird stuff. Sounds right up your alley. Yeah, so the Next Fest has been going on, and everybody's been checking out a bunch of like newly announced indie, obscure type deals. I've been seeing a lot of recommendations and trailers getting floated around Discords. So I assume that was some of the stuff you were peeking at. That sounds fun. Demos is fun. Ooh, pizza. Very nice. A delivery pizza. That sounds like quite a treat. Very, very cool. Enjoy a slice. Take care of yourself. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. If you've never been here before, folks, I will try to do a quick introduction before this ad bamboozles us. I have no snoozes. My name's Austin. If you've seen me in other chats as BB Austin, that's me. That's the account I chat on and sub to people on and hang out with. But this is the channel I stream on, Backlog Boys. There are two Backlog Boys, and we used to both stream on this channel, but Vaughn has since moved on from streaming many years ago, so now I'm just a weirdo with two accounts. And I see no going back. I'm fully committed to the bit. I am a boy trying to clear his backlog. I've got a big wall of games behind me. I'm really into collecting physically, but I have no moral argument or qualms with emulation and modding. I like all those things too, but I just really like physical media. We're playing the 4-part Dot Hack tetralogy for PS2, and we are on Volume 4, Quarantine. I love this franchise. There's a lot I could say about it, but I'll spare you the exhaustive details. I usually play RPGs on Thursdays and Fridays, so I'll be playing this again tomorrow. And then on Tuesdays, I'll do anything else that's not an RPG. I'm currently doing a custom Nuzlocke of Pokemon Black, which is Generation 5, with some custom rules that I made up that we call Boys Lock. That's what you can expect if you decide to hang around. We're doing what I believe is a side quest right now, so I don't know how much spoilery story content you're going to see. Everybody's barriers are a little different for that, so protect yourself if you need to. I've got to run this ad, though. This is the last one of the day. There it goes. I'll see y'all in a few minutes. No, I missed. Iconic Mario Party soundbite. Welcome back, everybody. Greetings to any raiders sticking around. Sorry if you got bamboozled by the ad there. We are just wrapping up a dungeon here. Here's our Got statue. This is a treasure at the bottom of every dungeon. This is not a very good treasure, but we'll take it. Let's see. What can I drop for this? We're gonna have to drop some scrolls. Do we have any more level 2 stuff? No, we can get rid of these. Alright. Pretty tepid reward. And then apparently we need to stop a player killer / scammer player. So let's see what's going on in here.
That's the corrupt player that sold me, my friend, an
Oh.
expensive item.
So Pyros got scammed. So this is a revenge quest.
Oh, you're that guy from the other day. The amount you gave me for the healing potion was off by a figure.
No! It was a misunderstanding.
Hey, this is...
It's change. Amazing. The monster here is pretty strong. A lot of people run out of items, so I do business here. I stock up while I'm playing, so I sell them cheaper than the item shops. Isn't that cool?
Was it my friend's mistake? I'll thank you on his behalf.
Oh, Pyros.
Friend? I believe it was you.
Our designs were similar because, we are friends.
As if anyone could be mistaken for Pyros.
I must correct the misunderstanding and return him his money. Well, so long, all.
He just warps out.
I'm going back as well. Oh, I got some leftovers. Do you want to use these?
Ooh. Let's see. We can drop wood sprite.
I'm gonna log off now. So long.
See ya. Thanks, JJ. I love that he just turns out to be a super nice guy. Okay, so we're gonna take some notes here. The scammer turned out to be a misunderstanding on Pyros' part. He pretended his friend got swindled, but it was him accidentally overpaying. The other player character is actually really nice and is providing a good service for other players. All right. Well, sometimes that do be how side quests go in this game. They're just like silly and innocuous. But our infection rate is finally restored, and we got some EXP first stop is a shop so we can sell some stuff. Our inventory is in jeopardy. The little guy is really sad about something. I don't know if y'all can hear him, but he's having a little moment. Let's see here. We can sell these... Well, Oh, Nil and Despair is worth 12,000. Wow. Still gonna hang on to it, though. Owl Crest we can sell. These we can sell. Sell. Scarlet Plate will go into storage. I'm gonna sell all of my level 2 scrolls. Except for summons. Actually, I'm going to sell all these summons because they're just worth good money and they take up space. What are we at? 33? 33 is pretty solid. We'll be at 32. I'm going to sell 2 of these and keep 1. We'll probably find something else that has Deck Vorv. Especially if we can get some more silver axes and we can trade that one guy. But if we don't, we can at least have one of these in storage for Deck Vorv if we really want Deck Vorv. I hate that we're carrying around 4 daggers right now. It's really not a good idea. But it is what it is. Let's save. This is going to be in slot 1. And we'll just call this Pyros done. And we'll check our email. And I can check off where we wrote down Pyros' quest. That's all done. Because the only other thing open right now is a quest with Moonstone, and the dungeon is like 12 levels above where we are right now. So I don't really want to go after that. So I think we're just kind of killing time until the next story beat, required story beat, shows itself. We've got some news as well. Let's check the news. Oh, we got quite a few. Communication chaos. For 2 hours and 6 minutes yesterday afternoon, no telephone lines were usable anywhere in the world. Excuse me? That is so many magnitudes of horror to imagine. Like, if this happened inexplicably, this would be such a disaster. Like, obviously we would still have the internet, but terrifying. Because, like, you know, not all phone lines are perceivably connected. You know, we think of there being like phone companies and like towers. So like maybe a tower goes out and an area's phone service goes out. Well, that's cellular phone, not wired. But the idea that just like worldwide, an entire like layer of technology would just inexplicably stop working. Scary to think about. Business losses are expected to be staggering. The cause of the problem is still under investigation. But yeah, if there was some kind of like, you know, like aliens fired like a planet-sized EMP or something and we weren't able to perceive it at all, and then we just like never got an answer of why it happened or something, you know? Like how much would that mess with our psyche? Delivery, anyone? Due to recent phone service malfunctions, businesses that rely on telecommunications have sought the help of bike couriers. What's the connection there? Cars work when there's no phones. For priority service, some clients have been paying up to 20 times the normal fee. Many in the bike courier business are excited about this increase, but as phone services return to normal, the bike courier business is likely to return to normal. Wait, phones were down for 2 hours. How did this shift happen in the business sector? Medical equipment hazard. All electronic medical equipment failed to operate in hospitals around the world today. Okay, this is also terrifying. Probably more terrifying than the phone thing. This happened localized to one particular hospital in Japan in a previous news article. But this is all electronic medical equipment in the world stopping working at the same time. Since all the failures occurred simultaneously in all locations, it was initially believed that there was a problem with the software running the medical equipment. Oh, okay, maybe they're trying to build a narrative of this like single point of failure, where like there's a monopoly, and it's like a what was that internet company that had the big outage and it affected like way too many things because there's not enough like oligopoly in that sector. I'm thinking Skynet, but that's Terminator. It's not Skynet. It's very similar though. However, because some equipment runs on completely different software, it is now believed there is another cause. Okay, so it wasn't just one company, but interesting. Any other news? No. All right, let's check our mail. Wise Man. Operation preparations are complete. Assemble at Omega Town as soon as you receive this email. Okay, so we were just killing time until story stuff. So, Wise Man says it's time to move the operation forward. Come to Omega Town when ready. You may fire when ready. Do I highlight this in green or in orange? I guess green. I guess orange. So Wise Man is kind of one of our ringleaders. He's not as much of a hacker as Helba, but he's clearly got a lot of connections. Unlike Helba, he can actually join our party and fight alongside us, but we like Elk better. Oh, Sanjuro is introducing himself. I'm an American living in South Dakota. I've been interested in samurais. Nice, samurais. Very American. Ever since watching movies featuring Mr. Mifune. Here I teach Japanese to the local kids as a volunteer. Since I've used most of the samurai movies as lessons, the kids now talk like warriors, smiley face. In my next mail, I'm going to write the way Sanjuro would speak. Okay, so he's like in a character. Maybe Sanjuro is like a famous samurai from media, and he's like role-playing as that character that he likes. I like how he tells us what he's gonna do in his next email. Like he's like a like a corporate employee. In my next email, I will be sure to outline the features of the software. All right, we got some new board posts here. Oh, more goblin tag already. Don't say anything and come to Detestable Elusive Messenger, Gob. This is the last fight, Gob, so bring your friends. Wait, this is the last one? I assumed there was going to be 5. The structure's always 5. They're going to break the pattern here? Or maybe this guy's just misdirecting me. Well, let's write this down. We'll probably do this right away, but we might not. Detestable Elusive Messenger. It also doesn't end in Sunny Demon. They usually end in Sunny Demon. Final Goblin? Question mark? I gotta go check something with the little guy real quick. Be right back. Okay, he's good. Just investigating a sound that could have been many things. Some good, some not good. And it wasn't any of the not good. Well, we get to bring our friends again, so that's fantastic. Anything else? Nope. Alright, we're logging in. Yeah, I guess we're gonna do that right away, because I don't want to go to, oh, but we're gonna have to go to Omega Town first, because that's where the Goblin mission is. And we're just not ready for this yet. Level 85 is so scary. We're at level, what, 75? Yeah, so we're 10 levels down. We could probably get through it, but it would be so much pain. How much money do I have? 130k? I could probably afford a fresh stack of potions. But yeah, let's go ahead and top this off. That's 52k right there. We're okay on Mage's Soul. Restorative, we'll go ahead and stack up. We've been using a lot of those. Those are cheap. And Resurrect, 65 is fine. Okay. What are we at now? 78k? Yeah, I don't know. If there's nothing else to do other than that and the story thing, we'll do that and see how we do. I don't think this is going to be like the last story thing. We just started this. But it might be the next like cursed wave. So let's go ahead and warp to Omega Town, and I guess we'll probably warp right into a cutscene here. Maybe for safety I'll save. Just in case we get locked into something. So what? This is gonna be slot 2? Yeah, slot 2. And I'll just say item restock. Lockout safety. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Here's the gang.
Where's Leos?
Oh, except Leos.
The pighead is with his men at their positions.
According to information from that pighead, there's a bias on where the wave emerges.
Okay.
So, they will take positions in areas the wave frequents and encircle it as soon as it appears.
Okay.
Specifically, they will restrict the movement of the wave by using the vaccine.
Oh, they believe they have a vaccine. Okay.
Guided to Omega, cruel vindictive scars. We will destroy the wave there.
Okay, let's write. So, Leos and his associates believe they have enough data about the cursed wave to predict its movements and to develop a vaccine. Wise man gives us the location to confront the wave. Writing very messy today. Super sloppy.
You will stand by at the lowest level of Omega. Cruel, vindictive scars.
Now, what is the name of this operation?
Breakwater.
We will commence Operation Orca.
Oh. Okay, Breakwater was last time. Now it's Operation Orca.
Yes, sir.
Omega. Cruel, vindictive scars is protected. Use this.
Another M. Okay. Let's write again. So Helba gives us Virus Core M. To get into the protected area. And Kite names the operation Orca. How sweet.
Be careful.
Operation Orca. It's a good name.
All right, and the name of the location is Cruel, Vindictive Scars. Sounds like a Dashboard Confessional song title. Operation Orca. Oop, one marker missed the cup. Oh, and then it reloads the town. That's kind of odd. Let's just see what our level is here. 75. Look at all them dots. Wowie. A lot of dots. Okay, let's party up and do the goblin here. Elk is our new best friend. Wait, no, he's not responding? Oh, come on, Elk. My dude. Why? We get to use him for one mission? And then he doesn't come back? Is it the server? Surely it's not the server. Where we have to, like, summon him from a specific server and then bring him to the other one. Come on, man. Dang it. That sucks. Alright, well, let's do... Gardenia and... some other character that I like that's not Black Rose or Balmung. We could bring Wise Man. Yeah, we're gonna want magic. So I'll bring Wise Man. He's not gonna be as effective as Elk was. That's a shame. But whatever. I'm not gonna mess with their equipment at all. We're just gonna go for it. The last one was so unbelievably easy that if this one is anything like it, we should be fine. Even if Wise Man's magic doesn't really do any damage, as long as it freezes them in place and I can stab them, we're good. Sora's Blades is what we want. Let's go. Detestable Elusive Messenger. The 17th round of Goblin Tag. I really don't think this is going to be the last one, but we'll see.
This is the last battle with Janu, Gob.
Janu? Okay. First off, any buffs you got, I'll take. We're going to stand here and buff for a little bit while they just kind of run around. Good on you, Gardenia. Just attacking. Just straight into the melee. Okay. SP recharge on everybody. Let me get Apcorv and Aptorv on myself. I do think the accuracy is going to help me, because these guys are super, super slippery. Ooh, my attack's into 70s now with my level ups. Okay, now we switch back to Sora Blades. And then everybody needs a Speed Charm. The most important ingredient. Oh. Okay, now we can start fighting. So far, so good. So basically, we're just having my magic user use magic so that he slows down and allows me to attack him. Working like a charm. I don't know how Wise Man burns through SP so much faster than Elk. They have the same amount, and presumably Elk's spells are better. I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, this appears to be just as easy as the last one, which is just such a welcome change after what we suffered through for all the other ones. This guy is so fast. Okay, because Wise Man is out of SP, this is taking a little bit longer. We gotta wait for his recharge to happen. But I'm just gonna wait it out instead of wasting items since this guy's not healing himself. Gardenia's got magic too. Almost got him. There we go. Wow. That's so nice.
Let me say one last thing, Gob. Boy.
Boy! That's going in the screenshot folder. Incredible. Let me say one last thing, Gob. Boy.
Boiled shrimp for raw food. It's boiled, but it's raw. I don't get it.
What? What? That's the last thing you want to say before you leave this world behind? I mean, it's no Rosebud, but okay. Goblin Male Z. It can't be the last one. We have to be able to get the full set of Z equipment. He's lying. Goblin Male Z. If it was the last one, he would definitely give me a key item. There's no question. Let's see what this looks like. Wait, Decto? That's a very good spell. Decto is very good. It's worse than my current armor. But it's not, like, precipitous. Well, except for the magic evade. Jesus. We lose a lot of spirit, too. It's going in storage. With all the other goblin stuff. Alright. Let's see. So this Operation Orca mission is definitely going to be like the 6th cursed wave. Of which we assume there's going to be 8. And then probably Kubia after that. Oh, I need to put these scarlet plates away. Man, if I could summon Elk, I would totally go into that level 85 area. But without Elk, I'm actually kind of scared. But those are like the only 2 things I can do right now, so. I don't know. I could go in there with Black Rose and Balmung. And just see how it goes. Or no, we have to take Moonstone. Oh, dang it.
Quite a...
I wonder what, like, cut off my ability to summon Elk. Is it because there's now a story mission on the docket? And they don't want me to be able to use Elk for a story mission? Or was it because we used him one time and then he has to, like, there's like a cooldown on him? I don't know what the deal is with that. But it sucks and I don't like it. I want Elk in my party. He's so good. Alright, well, we'll call Black Rose and Balmung.
I'll handle it.
And let me just drop a save quick. And yeah, I don't know what I want to do here. I guess we just do the story dungeon. Maybe the ability to call Elk will reopen after this is done. I don't think there's any reason for me to rush into whatever mission Moonstone is having us do. There's probably like a really good item that we can get, but... Well, actually, we're probably going to have to farm some cores for this. I bet I don't have everything I need. Let's see. So there's the M. So we need 2 Gs. Need to farm 2X Virus Core G. Plus 2X Virus Core H. Plus 2X Virus Core J. Alright, cool. Well, we know exactly where to get G and H And we got J somewhere, but I don't remember exactly where. It's one of these. I think it's this one. I think this is where we got the J cores. Isn't Hidden Forbidden Holy Ground the church? Why is this on my warp list? I don't remember going here. Excuse me. Oh, it's not the church. Okay. Well, let's go to the Sea of Sand. I'm pretty sure that was it. So we need to look for large size enemies. I can't remember if it was the peacock centaur lady thing, or if it was the big drill arm sandcastle dude. Oh, it's the surfing coffin guy. This guy gave us that rare item. He is medium-sized, though, I'm pretty sure. But I'll data drain him anyways. Oh, we got a Virus Core K. Nice. Oh, wait. Okay, no. So we're not looking for large-size enemies. We're looking for small-size. That's right. I'm glad that happened. So he's a medium. So yeah, we need this little idiot. Okay, y'all just do first aid. Because you're going to hit this guy for too much damage anyways. And I need to use my magic. Because he's just going to bounce away like a little nerd. Oh no, and these ones, that's right, these guys are awful. They look exactly like the aliens from Majora's Mask, actually. The rat crest. Okay. Murder this thing. These are super annoying. They cast charm on you over and over and over. And they have really powerful magic. Okay, good. I have Sora's Blades on. I was wondering about that. Random buffs. I'll take them. I'm gonna go back for that chest. That's what that sound was. 3 random buffs. Don't mind if I do. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom. It's a good item. Thank you. Oh, I need to get the good buffs on. We'll just do Geem. Hopefully we're not here long. Oh, who is it? Is it my little guy? Oh no, it's Surf's Up Dracula. Love that his name is just Alucard. Did you guys know? Also, 60 experience is wild. They give us way more than I would think. Oh, wrong thing. Geem. Oh, here he comes. Say, thray, pay, to. Ah, today, to. Say, thray, pay, oh. That's one of me and Brack's favorites to just randomly bust out. Thank you for that, Smashy. If you're ever looking for like just like an instant green flag to signal to me, because you want to be my friend for some reason, just say a random obscure quote from the first Star Wars movie. And by first, I mean episode 4. 1977. I don't need to take my Sora's blades off because I'm attacking the little guy with magic, so I don't have to worry about accidentally deathing him. The old Raiko Maru. Is he speaking Huttese or is he speaking Twi'lek? Because he says that to the Twi'lek guard and to Jabba. And that was never really clear to me. Okay, switch to first aid. Ne Jabba no bath. Alright, one of these little guys has got to give me at least one J. Maybe we can get both here. Come on. Stay on top of that healing, please. These guys are going to hit us really hard. Okay, there's one protect break. Stun rod. Okay, we should be good now. There's only one left. What is this stun rod? A droid language? That wouldn't make any sense. Why would the Twi'lek and Jabba be speaking a droid language? They would expect the droid to speak their language, right? Oh, dang it, they killed him. You're supposed to be doing first aid. What are you doing? I told you to do first aid. Alright, still no Core J. I'm grinding these first because they'll be the most annoying to grind. The G and the H will be quick and easy. And I'll need to disband. Because it's a low-level area and my party members will just decimate them before I can even hit Protect Break. Oh, you're thinking of like the little door droid, the little eyeball that comes out? I don't remember if he actually talks to that thing or not. I know it like talks to them in some like garbled like... But I don't remember if he actually said... I feel like he speaks basic to the eyeball droid. I know for a fact he says Atu De Toa to Jabba. And or the Twi'lek. Okay, first aid. I'm gonna use magic. Stop. What are you doing? I'm telling you not to attack. Stop attacking. Okay, I guess I have to like... Hold on. I have to go to this and say this. So they really don't... Because apparently just saying first aid isn't enough. I guess if everybody has full health, they won't keep still. They'll stop healing and start attacking. Thank God there's a gambit to tell them stop moving. I don't want any more rat crests. I want the Virus Core J. From my bouncy ball wizard. Come on. There's one. Okay, we got one J. Excellent. Okay, now she just revived that thing. You dirty trickster. Yeah, I think it's Hutties too. Because I feel like the Hutts expect everybody to talk to them in Hutties as like a deference thing. Because, you know, the Hutts are supposed to be like Italian mobsters. So it's like, they only speak Italian. They don't know English.
Oh, no, man.
And so if you want to talk to them, you got to talk to the translator or you got to speak Italian. Kind of thing. And like the Twi'lek is like the interpreter role. Like he probably speaks basic, but he's not going to speak basic to Jabba or maybe even in front of Jabba. So they need 3PO to be the translator. Okay, attack this thing. Okay, and then quickly switch to this. So they don't kill my little bouncy wizard boy. I started reading the second Warlord trilogy book, the King Arthur story I've been reading. 400 EXP? Come on, man. I'm just trying to get some virus cores here. And Merlin is so funny in these books. Like he was kind of like the comic relief in the first book, but it feels like he stepped it up a little bit for the second book. Maybe it's just because he's in the story more than he was in the first book, so he gets more dialogue. But he's so sassy. He's like so impatient with everybody because he's so smart and nobody else is as smart as him. So he's constantly like making all these jokes that like go over their heads because they're not as intelligent as he is. And that's how he like entertains himself. But, you know, for you, the reader, you get to be in on the joke. It's very funny. It's funny because nothing else in the book is funny. It's this like very grounded, serious, kind of desolate, bleak setting and story. And everything else about it is deadly serious. So for Merlin to be even like remotely comedic is like, what? This is wild. But he's so goofy and like witty. He has this like incredibly sharp, biting wit. Where he just kind of like deprecates everybody around him to like remind them of their lowly station. Well, this is not a horrible rod that we've been picking up. And the rat crest is good. We already gave one to our wave master. So we don't really need any more. So those we can probably sell. Kiki and Lala. A cute name. The Grim Sword. Night Ape Hood. Is this better than what I have? 1403, 263, 11. Exact same stats as... Oh, it's what I'm wearing. Okay. I just forgot the name. The Brainy Guard. Oh yeah, I know seagulls. I have heard that so many times. Two of my bandmates really, really like bad lip reading in general. But something about seagulls just like transcended for them. So that's always been in like a regular rotation with the bandmates. Like that's one of those like, as the night kind of like devolves into like meme sharing, you know, like typical millennial hangout vibes. Sometimes the seagulls gets busted out. It might get busted out in like a, all right, we need to wrap it up, folks. You know, we've been like trading Chromecasted YouTube videos to the TV for like an hour, and people are getting so sleepy that they're getting hysterical and stuff's getting funnier. How are we gonna get out of this? And sometimes that's the bust out the one that everybody knows and has seen a million times, instead of like sharing the ones that people haven't seen. Okay, back to the same one. Expansive Haunted Sea of Sand. See if we can get one more J. I wish I knew how to reset my data infection level. Because I'm sick of losing experience. Here comes Alucard. Oh, they're not fighting with me. And I'm dead. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, let's get rid of these guys. Jesus, they're strong. Don't kill that guy. Don't kill that guy. Oh, he's back? How is he back? Maybe a third one showed up. Oh my god, that wizard is killing us. He's just slapping us with AoE while we fight the Alucards. Okay. Switch to this. Now I can finally chase down this loser. Oh, I have no SP because I just died. Right. Emperor's Soul. When did we pick that up? Haven't even seen that before. Oh yeah, well I'll freeze you in place. How about that? Jerk. Now give me a Virus Core J. Another freaking rat crest. Great. Okay, let me get my buffs up here. I forgot to do that. And we're about to get bamboozled by that 8 o'clock ad that I, for some reason, never get a snooze for. Because it's time for me to end stream. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll just end on time here, because that would be the responsible thing for me to do. And then I'll just grind these cores either tonight or tomorrow morning, because we don't need to do that on stream. I'll get one more J, and I'll go get 2 Gs and 2 Hs. We have a specific area where I can get both G and H. So I'll just do that. And then tomorrow, we will start off with Operation Orca. That's what we'll do. Seagull's gonna come. That one is like reached the point where I've seen it enough times I'll save in the same spot. I've seen that one enough times to where it's more fun to think about than to watch. It's been a while, so I could probably still enjoy watching it, but for the most part, it's more fun to just think about. One J farmed. All right. So I'll be back tomorrow with more of this, and that will be my last stream for the week. We are coming up on a Sunday sub goal bonus stream. I don't know how soon after the lady gets back she's gonna feel like doing a Sunday stream, so if the goal gets met, I will certainly defer to her on whether or not she's feeling up to it. She's gonna be very emotionally and physically exhausted for the next probably month because of what she has dealt with the last 10 days and will continue to deal with for a little bit after she gets back on Saturday. So I'll keep y'all posted. Obviously, if we continue to unlock sub goals, we will just keep storing them up and do more streams as we go. Maybe you'll get 2 in a row. And there we go with the ad that I couldn't stop. Really annoying. But that's okay. I'm just yapping and trying to find a raid target. We'll raid Randy. Randy's been doing partner push. So we'll try to give her a little bit of a boost. I'm a big fan of Randy. She's very nice, very kind, very welcoming. And has a fun, like, eclectic taste in games that is different than mine. So I get to kind of either see different perspective on games that I have played as she goes through, like, classic retro stuff, or get to see games that I didn't grow up with that are cozy and precious to her. So it's all good over there. Looks like today is Mega Man X. First playthrough. Very cool. Let me make sure I spell the name right, because I always second guess myself when I'm having to type it in manually. There we go. That should end. The ad should end before we have to raid out. Anyways, we're saved. Let's go over here, and I'm gonna hit the button. So thanks for hanging out with me today. Appreciate y'all. Thank you to the subs and the raiders today. Appreciate that. We'll keep spinning that new wheel until we land on some of those new segments. Excited for that. Check it out in the Discord if you haven't seen it yet. We reworked half of the prize wheel. That's all I got for now. Mark your calendars for the charity event, July 16th and 17th. That's a Thursday and a Friday. Normally scheduled time, just special streams. It's going to be really fun. More details to come. And last day should be the last day we have to do the extended break at 6 p.m. So we can say sayonara to that. I know none of us are loving that. Anyways, let's go say hi to Randy, show her some love, and y'all be good. See ya.